Chapter 266. The sect master immediately reacted and immediately threw a piece of his own clothes to Hua Wanting's body that was still in the air. Elder Hua's figure flashed in the air and she had already put on the clothes. The rags were turned into dust by her with a slight shake. Then the figure flashed again and Elder Hua appeared in front of Yang Chen. "Thank you for your help." Hua Wanting, Elder Hua of Blue Cloud Sect, who had just passed the Yin Fire Tribulation and completely entered the Darching stage, was in front of the sect master and the elders, bowing to Yang Chen. "I don't dare to accept the courtesy of the senior." Yang Chen hurriedly bowed down to return the salute, bowing more than Hua Wanting. Don't joke, people were now masters of the Darching stage, he was just a younger generation junior in the foundation stage, he couldn't afford this salute. It was not that Yang Chen was pretentious, if it was only him and Hua Wanting, Yang Chen would not care about the salute. But now he was in the territory of others, next to him was the sect master and elders of Blue Cloud Sect. If he did it too casually, wouldn't the good impression and favor that he had built up with great difficulty be ruined? Yang Chen would not lose the big picture because of a small gain. "I am indebted to the little friend for saving me. Hua Wanting has no way to repay it. I owe the little friend one thing here." Hua Wanting was very simple, and regardless of whether her sect master agreed or not, she directly promised Yang Chen a return. "Little friend, if you have any orders in the future, Hua Wanting will go through water and tread on fire, I will not hesitate." When the sect master heard the first words, he already felt that it was not good. After listening to Hua Wanting, his heart was even more bitter. Elder Hua's promotion to the Darching stage was a great joy for the Blue Cloud Sect, and Elder Hua, a dignified Darching stage master, actually made a condition to Yang Chen, a younger generation junior in the foundation stage. Wasn't this a big mistake? But Hua Wanting's words had been spoken and could not be taken back. Thinking about it, it was reasonable. If it weren't for Yang Chen, who could deal with the blood phantom vine? Not to mention the tribulation to enter the Darching stage, whether he could survive or not was another matter, it was also right to owe others a favor. Thinking about it this way, the sect master didn't feel that it was unfair. The little girl's aptitude is not bad. Before the elders came over to say a few words, Hua Wanting's eyes had stopped on Sun Qingxue, who was next to Yang Chen. When entangled by the blood demon vine, Hua Wanting couldn't move, but Yang Chen's words were heard. Now that he had seen Sun Qingxue's aptitude with his own eyes, he immediately verified Yang Chen's words. Using his divine sense, he immediately understood the chaotic spiritual power in Sun Qingxue's body. "Which idiot taught you this technique? How can there be such a disciple in my Blue Cloud Sect?" Hua Wanting resisted her anger and did not mention the dark dealings that took place inside the Blue Cloud Sect in front of Yang Chen, an outsider, but gave a comment of misleading the disciples. This kind of good talent, it is a waste to let a mediocre person teach. Hua Wanting did not care about the meaning of the sect master and the elders, and directly asked Sun Qingxue, "What is your name? Are you willing to worship me as a master?" Sun Qingxue couldn't believe the words she heard, but Hua Wanting was really standing in front of her. At this time, Sun Qingxue's first reaction was not to answer Hua Wanting's question immediately, but to emerge the situation of Yang Chen confidently asking her if she would like to change her master. Disciple Sun Qingxue pays respect to master. Just in a trance for a moment, Sun Qingxue reacted. Without saying anything, she directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Hua Wanting. The sect master and the elders knew that there was a problem with Sun Qingxue's cultivation, but because of Elder Wn Qian's face, no one could say anything. But at this moment, Hua Wanting succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and directly accepted Sun Qingxue as a disciple, which no one expected. Hua Wanting did it simply, and before anyone could say anything against it, Sun Qingxue had already kowtowed to worship her as a master. "Senior sister Hua, this." The sect master was on the side, with a face full of embarrassment. What Hua Wanting said just now actually implied that she did not manage the Blue Cloud Sect well. But at this moment, with Yang Chen present, it was not good to say anything. She only said this one word, and then could not continue. "Why, does the sect master think it's inappropriate?" Hua Wanting also waited for Sun Qingxue to kowtow before she asked with a smile. After entering the Darching stage, her status in the sect had been improved a lot. Even the sect master, who was the junior sister, had to be polite to her. It's not inappropriate. Who would become enemies with Elder Hua over a disciple? The sect master shook his head with a wry smile. It's just that I suddenly let Sun Qingxue raise a seniority. I'm afraid that other disciples will not accept it. If anyone is dissatisfied, let them come to me. Hua Wanting smiled very reservedly. I accept my disciple, what does it have to do with them? After saying this very domineering, she bowed slightly to the sect master and other elders. After 100 years, it's been hard for the senior sisters and junior sister. Congratulations senior sister, junior sister. All the elders bowed to congratulate her, and all of their faces were full of smiles. Blue Cloud sect had one more senior sister in the Darching stage, and their strength had greatly increased. How could it not make everyone happy? After the salute, the elders began to ask Hua Wanting about her experiences over the years, and it was a happy and harmonious scene. Yang Chen gave a hint to Sun Qingxue, and the two obediently retreated to the outside of the circle. They were not qualified to intervene in the front, and it was more appropriate to give up their seats. I didn't lie to you, did I? Looking at the scene not far away, which was like a star surrounding the moon, Yang Chen asked Sun Qingxue softly. This sentence, Yang Chen had asked once on the execution field, and this time he asked it again. Sun Qingxue still can't fully believe everything that happened before. It was so unreal, almost like a dream. If it weren't for Yang Chen's question, maybe Sun Qingxue would pinch herself first to confirm that she was not asleep. Everything can happen, as long as you want. Yang Chen once again gave Sun Qingxue a sentence. This time, Sun Qingxue no longer doubted it, but bit her lip slightly, nodded heavily, and a resolute look appeared on her face. When turning to look at Yang Chen saw a glimmer of light in Sun Qingxue's eyes that he had never seen before. Compared to Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen now also has a feeling of unreality. The dancing snow fairy of the later generations has now established such a relationship with himself. Even if there are no other entanglements, just these few months of getting along is enough to make Yang Chen earn a lot. Helping people is really the root of happiness. I don't know why, Yang Chen suddenly thought of such a sentence and said it directly. Chapter 267. This time, in addition to the normal consumption of medicine, Yang Chen also paid the price of 1,000-years-old ginseng. However, what he got was the favor of a master of the Darching stage and a condition. Of course, what others did not know was the gratitude of the future dancing snow fairy, plus a blood phantom vine that had absorbed the flesh and blood of a master of the Darching stage. Of course, Hua Wanting's tribulation at this time also benefited the Blue Cloud sect's high-level members, but Yang Chen also knew that even if he did not pay the price of the ginseng, the people who should cross the tribulation would also cross the tribulation. At that time, it would still benefit these people. It was not as good as paying a little more, but getting more. Hua Wanting immediately made a promise to Yang Chen after the tribulation, because she found that Yang Chen gave her 1,000-years-old ginseng. It was the best tonic for her in her weakened state. She couldn't refuse this favor. Soon, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect remembered that there was Yang Chen, an outsider present. He stopped the greeting with Elder Hua and went directly to Yang Chen's side, and sincerely thanked Yang Chen. What does it mean to have a master of the Darching stage in a sect? I am afraid that everyone understands that Yang Chen not only solved the blood phantom vine this time, but also made the Blue Cloud sect even more powerful. Of course, Yang Chen himself also got another benefit that others envied, that was the gratitude of another master of the Darching stage. It was estimated that even if Elder Wu Xiong ascended immediately, Yang Chen would still have a master of the Darching stage to protect him, and others would not dare to touch him easily. In terms of the overall situation, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect saw more long-term than other elders. Originally, she still had doubts about Yang Chen coming to the Blue Cloud sect at this time to make trouble. When Elder Hua Wanting crossed the tribulation, she understood a lot. At least she thought she understood a lot. In the eyes of the sect master, Yang Chen could have a great reputation now. It was definitely not a fluke. First Wu Xiong, then Elder Hua Wanting, both of them were masters of the Darching stage. They all had this kind of care for Yang Chen. If this was a coincidence, she was afraid that the sect master herself would not believe it. In spite of this, The sect master did not care. She would not refuse to become friends with such a lucky person, and Yang Chen was also considered to be from a famous sect and would not bring any trouble to the Blue Cloud sect. Especially when she knew that Yang Chen was already a third-grade alchemist at a young age. "This is what I promised you." The sect master directly handed over a Qiankuan bag. Inside the Qiankuan bag, there were 20,000 jade slips that the sect master ordered the people in the sect to copy during this time, which were also the 20,000 volumes of books that Yang Chen had promised before. Originally, it was said to be a browse, but now the sect master has directly copied a copy of it. It can be seen that what Yang Chen did this time has made the sect master very satisfied. Sun Qingxue also became a disciple of Hua Wanting. Yang Chen did not have to worry about whether her cultivation base would be damaged when it was abolished, and her future cultivation would be smooth. There was no need to stay, and Yang Chen did not want to take the opportunity to make friends with the master of the Darching stage, Elder Hua, so he left directly. Yang Chen's departure was in line with everyone's wishes. Except for Sun Qingxue, who was a little reluctant, everyone else was very satisfied with the performance of Yang Chen, who knew when to advance and when to retreat, and no one asked him to stay. Sun Qingxue volunteered to send Yang Chen out of the Blue Cloud sect. "Big brother, will you come back to see me?" Sun Qingxue was now almost a little bit of worship for Yang Chen. Naturally, she had some nostalgia for Yang Chen. Of course. Yang Chen gave Sun Qingxue a smile. "I will come to you when I have time in the future. If you miss me, you can also go to Chunyang Palace to find me." In Sun Qingxue's reluctant eyes, Yang Chen finally left the Blue Cloud sect and set foot on the way back. The purpose of this trip has been exceeded, and Yang Chen even felt a little eager to go back. Leaving the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen immediately found a place where there was no one, summoned the shuttle, and then flew away quickly. He did not carefully distinguish the direction back to Chunyang Palace, but chose a direction at random. After flying out for more than an hour, Yang Chen stopped in a seemingly hidden valley and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he took out the medicine garden's purified bottle from the merit ring and flew into the medicine garden. Although the blood phantom vine had been transplanted into the medicine garden, it was only put in. At that time was tight, and Yang Chen did not have time to plant it perfectly. The reason why he left in a hurry was also for this reason. He must place the blood phantom vine before Elder Hua's flesh and blood was eroded. The growth of the blood phantom vine required a harsh environment. Fortunately, now the purified bottle medicine garden could simulate this environment. This was also due to the cultivation attribute of Yang Chen's 5 elements. At the same time, the powerful spiritual power supply of the purified bottle medicine garden was also an essential condition. Of course, the biggest key was the cultivation method of the blood phantom vine in Yang Chen's memory. Time was tight, and the blood phantom vine had withered a little. Yang Chen hurriedly transplanted the main root of the blood phantom vine into a simulated environment, and then urged the spiritual power of the medicine garden. According to the method in his memory, he began to inject spiritual power to nourish the blood phantom vine. Without blood food, the blood phantom vine needed several times more spiritual power than usual. Fortunately, Yang Chen's trip to the sea had filled up the spiritual power of the purified bottle medicine garden, so it would not fall short of success. It took Yang Chen a few hours before Yang Chen completely planted the dying blood phantom vine. Looking at the blood phantom vine that had recovered its vigor again, Yang Chen finally showed a relaxed smile. The first crucial step had been completed, and the blood phantom vine had survived. As long as it was refined and subdued in the future, Yang Chen would not be inferior to having a helper comparable to the Yuanying stage. The most tempting thing was that after subduing, the blood phantom vine could even attack the enemy according to Yang Chen's will, and there was no need to worry about the trouble after the flood of the blood phantom vine. Not only that, the blood phantom vine was also a divine object of the second wood. Yang Chen's second wood spirit power transformation depended on this fierce blood phantom vine. These were all things in the future. Yang Chen also knew that this kind of good thing could not be achieved overnight. Seeing that the blood phantom vine had recovered, he was relieved and easily withdrew from the medicine garden. As soon as he returned to the original world, Yang Chen suddenly found something wrong. He seemed to be suddenly bound by a powerful force, and he couldn't move in an instant. There was no chance for him to return to the medicine garden. What shocked Yang Chen the most was that his spiritual awareness was also sealed. Originally, Yang Chen planned to use the killing intent of the bloody river to defend himself, but now he was powerless. There had never been a moment when Yang Chen felt so powerless, so helpless. Chapter 268. His spiritual awareness was sealed, his spiritual power was sealed, and his body was sealed, but Yang Chen's senses were still there. He could see and hear everything that was happening around him. It was just that after Yang Chen glanced around, Yang Chen knew that he was trapped in a powerful sealing formation. What surprised Yang Chen was that this kind of sealing formation could only be displayed by a master of the nascent soul stage. Was there a master of the nascent soul stage who wanted to deal with him? However, was there a need for a master of the nascent soul stage to use such a formation to deal with a junior in the foundation establishment stage? This could only mean one thing: the other party did not seem to want him to die, and did not even want him to struggle. Yang Chen had experienced countless battles and escapes, and immediately analyzed such a reason from the current situation. Since he would not die immediately, Yang Chen was also a little relieved. His mind quickly calmed down and began to think about who would deal with him like this. "PH, it's really troublesome to find you." A voice that made Yang Chen a little unexpected sounded, and then a person appeared in front of Yang Chen. It was not one person, but 7, and the leader was a woman he had met once. "You are the elder of the Blue Cloud sect." Yang Chen recognized the woman in front of him at a glance. It was actually the elder who bargained with Yang Chen in the Blue Cloud sect. "Recognize me?" "Unfortunately, it's useless." The female elder sneered. "I know you are Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace, but you probably don't know my name. My name is Wn Chen, an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. The cultivation method of Xiao Shui that you mentioned was done by me, because she blocked the way of your disciple." Although his whole body could not move, Yang Chen could still make a sound. Hearing Wn Chen's words, Yang Chen immediately asked. Yes. Wn Chen was not afraid to confess all this to Yang Chen. "Why, want to get information from me? You think I'll give you a chance to leave here alive? But before you die, I can let you die knowing. If you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. How did you find me?" Yang Chen's strong nerves made him not care that his life and death was in the hands of Wn Chen. Since the other party had restrained him like this, there must be a plan. As long as he knew what her plan was, he could save himself. Before that, he had to solve some of his doubts first. "Speaking of which, Junior, you ran pretty fast. You ran so far in just 2 hours. You must have some high-speed flying sword, right? That's fine too. After you die, these will all be mine." Wn Chen didn't directly answer Yang Chen's question. Instead, she first said these words: "I'll let you die knowing that I tampered with a small half of the jade slips that you obtained from the sovereign. No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape my pursuit." Hearing Wn Chen's explanation, Yang Chen suddenly had the urge to slap himself. This was not the first time that Yang Chen had experienced such a situation. How could he forget such a lesson? Speaking of which, it was indeed Yang Chen's fault for not being cautious enough. When he received the Qiankuan bag full of jade slips from the hands of the Blue Cloud sect sovereign, in order to avoid trouble and be seen by those experts, Yang Chen just easily put them into the Qiankuan bag that Grandmaster Wang Yong refined for himself. After coming out, he also forgot to put them into the merit ring. That was why there was such a flaw that was caught by Wn Chen. "Your aura has disappeared here for a long time. Presumably, you have a portable immortal's cave or a medicinal garden or something. It seems that my luck is not bad," Wn Chen said very proudly. The few women behind her didn't seem to have a good expression on their faces towards Yang Chen. They just quietly watched Wn Chen and Yang Chen communicate. "Blue Cloud sect's method is good." Yang Chen sneered again. "Killing the benefactor of the sect without anyone knowing, you will never have to return this favor in the future. I will let you die knowing." Wn Chen listened to Yang Chen's sneer, but she was not annoyed. "In fact, this matter has nothing to do with my Blue Cloud sect. I just want you to die." It was not the conspiracy of the Blue Cloud sect, but Wn Chen's personal behavior. Yang Chen's mind turned quickly, and he kept trying to raise his divine sense and spiritual power, but no matter how hard Yang Chen tried, he couldn't get rid of the current situation. You, a junior in the foundation establishment stage, first refined the heaven-seizing pill for Elder Wu Xiong, then used medicine to solve the blood demon vine that entangled Elder Hua, and can also refine the Third Revolution Foundation establishment pill. Wn Chen slowly walked around Yang Chen twice, and said as she walked, Chunyang Palace is not a sect that is good at alchemy. You have so many miracles, what does it mean? It means that I must have a good alchemy thing on me. Yang Chen almost blurted out a reply, without the panic and fear of being sealed, but, do you think I will carry such a thing with me? You see, we thought of the same thing. Wn Chen's mouth curled up again. You are not a fool, how can you carry such an important thing with you? Moreover, I also thought that you would not easily tell me where the thing is hidden, would you? Of course, you will not let me go. If I tell you, I will die. If I don't tell you, I will also die. Why should I do what you want? Yang Chen looked at Wn Chen standing in front of him and said calmly, to be honest, you are the first person I have seen who can talk in such a situation. Wn Chen's eyes showed a look of appreciation. It's a pity. Before I get the thing, I am safe for the time being, I understand. Yang Chen did not relax his vigilance because of Wn Chen's appreciation, but just replied with one sentence. He looked coldly at Wn Chen and the people she brought. I think I should introduce them. Wn Chen suddenly moved her body and let the 6 women she brought come out. They are all my apprentices. You must be curious why I brought them here, right? After Wn Chen let Yang Chen see her apprentices, she returned to the state of facing Yang Chen. They are all in the Jedan realm, and the most important thing is that their spiritual awareness is very balanced. With me, we can cooperate to practice a very strange cultivation method. You and I are both cultivators. Of course, we know that it is almost impossible to know what is going on in other people's minds. Wn Chen's face showed a proud smile, but coincidentally, the cooperative cultivation method we practice can directly invade your sea of consciousness and pull out all your memories little by little. That is to say, whether you say it or not, for us, there is no difference. Wn Chen, like a winner, proudly announced her victory. Even if you say it, we will not believe it. We only believe that we have found it. Chapter 269. Wn Chen's words made Yang Chen stunned for a while. As Wn Chen said, it was simply impossible to know what other people were thinking. In this world, the most unpredictable thing was the human heart. Even the immortals could not pinch their fingers and know 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. But memories were different. If someone released their spiritual awareness to let others explore, and the others happened to master some unique spiritual awareness cultivation methods, it was very likely to explore other people's memories. The trump card in Wn Chen's hand was such a cultivation method, but she needed to cooperate with 6 disciples to be able to do it. Thinking of such a big lineup, at least half of it was used to suppress the spiritual awareness of the person who was cast. What made Yang Chen stunned was that Wn Chen turned out to have an idea for his sea of consciousness, and wanted to invade his sea of consciousness to achieve the purpose of obtaining memories. She could choose anything, but why did she choose his own sea of consciousness? Originally, Yang Chen thought that he would not be able to escape this time. Because of his small negligence, he was tracked by Wn Chen, and when he was busy recuperating the blood phantom vine, she laid a sealing formation and trapped Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, at this moment of certain death, there was such progress. Wn Chen was not a person who could talk much with Yang Chen. After telling Yang Chen the whole story, it was indeed as she said, it was enough for Yang Chen to understand the situation. The 7 people of the master and apprentices no longer said anything else. Under the command of Wn Chen, they quickly sat in a circle around Yang Chen. Boom, under the control of Wn Chen's formation, Yang Chen's body shook violently, and his mind seemed to be hit hard. He only felt that his eyes were black and he suddenly lost consciousness. The old rules, as soon as I remove the restriction, immediately suppress his spiritual awareness, and then immediately invade his sea of consciousness. This kind of thing seems to have been done more than once. Wn Chen and several disciples were very familiar with each other. Under Wn Chen's command, several disciples immediately dispersed and sat in the position that had already been calculated, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. Yang Chen was in the position of the North Star, and Wn Chen was the closest person to Yang Chen. The 6 disciples each stretched out their hands, one on the other's shoulder, and the last disciple put his arm on Wn Chen's back. Wn Chen, who was sitting at the forefront, waved her hands and shot out 2 secret arts. Suddenly, the seal on Yang Chen's spirit array was directly eliminated, and Yang Chen's body softly fell to the ground. Wn Chen sneered, stretched out her hand, and pointed at Yang Chen's glabella. The reason why he said so much to Yang Chen instead of directly attacking him was because of the limitation of this cultivation method. It could only be maintained for a few hours. If he were to act directly, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find a suitable part of Yang Chen's memories in just a few hours. If she made it clear in advance, then Yang Chen would focus his attention on this matter, which was equivalent to before she started. Yang Chen had already helped Wn Chen find out the answer, and was only waiting for Wn Chen to come and get it. This kind of thing, Wn Chen and her several Jedan realm disciples did not know how many times they had done it, and their cooperation was seamless. When Wn Chen's finger pointed at Yang Chen's glabella, the last disciple had already attacked, and a powerful spiritual awareness directly rushed into the body of the previous disciple. After the spiritual awareness of the 2 people was united, it rushed into the 3rd person, then the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and finally rushed into the body of Wn Chen. Wn Chen's cultivation was the highest, and she was also the control center of the entire cultivation method. After skillfully combining the spiritual awareness of the 6 disciples behind her, along the finger pointed at Yang Chen's glabella, it rushed straight into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Boom! After a familiar darkness, the spiritual awareness of the 7 people directly broke into a strange place. It was not as white as the sea of consciousness of other people that they had seen before, but a thick bloody fog, and nothing else. Everyone's sea of consciousness was different, and the 7 people had already known about it. Under the leadership of Wn Chen's spiritual awareness, without thinking, the 7 people's spiritual awareness united directly rushed into the bloody fog. Suddenly, the 7 people headed by Wn Chen seemed to have suddenly seen something terrifying. Everyone's face showed an expression of fear, and then without saying a word, they directly fainted. Including Yang Chen, all 8 people were lying softly on the ground, without any feeling. After a long time, Yang Chen was the first to wake up from his coma. He was just attacked by the array and lost consciousness, and did not suffer any substantial damage. Without the control of Wn Chen and the others, he naturally woke up. After waking up, Yang Chen found the several people who had fainted on the ground. He sneered, and regardless of the life and death of Wn Chen and the others, he first began to check his physical condition. The main threat was the sealing array, which was really powerful, and even directly sealed his spiritual power and spiritual awareness. Fortunately, before they began to extract Yang Chen's memory, they must release Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, so they removed the array, otherwise, Yang Chen did not know what to do. There is a road to heaven, but you do not take it, there is no door to hell to break in. Looking at Elder Wn Chen and her 6 disciples lying on the ground, Yang Chen stood up and began to subdue them one by one. To Yang Chen's surprise, Wn Chen was unconscious, and the first disciple behind her had been scared to death. The 5 disciples behind her also had different degrees of serious injuries. It was estimated that they did not get too close to Yang Chen. Wn Chen herself estimated that because of her high cultivation base, she did not die directly, but her spiritual awareness was also hit hard. If no one treated her, and dragged on for a long time, she would also end up dying. You can attack anything, but you have to enter my sea of consciousness, Yang Chen said to himself. This was the 2nd time in just half a year that someone had rushed into his sea of consciousness with their spiritual awareness. The first time was Guan Yueying of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She was dragged directly into the Blood River by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness mark and fainted directly. The 2nd time was this time. Unlike Guan Yueying, this time Wn Chen took the initiative to take the 6 disciples to explore Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and took the initiative to enter the Blood Sea. A spiritual awareness mark could scare Guan Yuing into fainting. What would be the consequences of the whole spiritual awareness exploring the blood sea? There was no need to ask more. Just looking at the disciple behind Wen Qian had already explained everything. Still in a coma, the 6 disciples of Wen Qian who were alive were each cast a god-shaking technique by Yang Chen and fell into a deep sleep. Unless Yang Chen took the initiative to wake them up or a master of the Daching stage like Elder Hua Wanting came to their rescue, they would never wake up by themselves. There was no way around it. The other party was a master of the Yuanying stage, and the worst disciple was also in the Jedan stage. Yang Chen's cultivation base was not enough, so he could only control it in this way. The god-shaking technique was also added with restrictions, and then it was stuffed into the medicine garden. Chapter 270. The urgent task was to quickly deal with the troublesome jade slips. These jade slips have been tampered with by Wen Qian, and the hidden dangers must be removed immediately. Judging from the previous performance of Wen Qian, as long as they entered the medicine garden, they would not be able to track the location of Yang Chen. Wen Qian knew that Yang Chen had a space in the medicine garden, so they would set up a formation and wait in the same place. Yang Chen would not repeat the same mistake this time. Even if these jade slips were hidden in the merit ring, Yang Chen felt that it was not safe and it was more appropriate to deal with them immediately. Driving the shuttle once again to another place, he set up several early warning formations around, and then released the sword formation of the medicine garden. Yang Chen began to stay in the dome of the medicine garden with peace of mind and began to carefully examine the jade slips. Every piece of jade slips was taken out. Yang Chen carefully explored it with his spiritual awareness, and after finding that there was no problem, he put it into the merit ring. With Yang Chen's spiritual awareness sensitivity of the 3 purities secret art, he soon found the secret marks on some of the jade slips. Fortunately, these secret marks were not too strong, and Yang Chen could erase them with a little effort. But even so, Yang Chen spent a whole day doing this. 20,000 jade slips, one by one, were checked, and then he was completely relieved. This almost had an accident, and it also gave Yang Chen another lesson. In the future, when he gets things from others, as long as there is time, he must erase any secret marks that may be used for tracking in time, otherwise he would not know how he died. After doing all this, Yang Chen finally felt relieved. He had the intention to deal with Wen Qian and her apprentice. After thinking about it, he drove the shuttle again to another place, and then he took Wen Qian alone to the dome of the medicine garden. All the restrictions were set by Yang Chen, so Yang Chen quickly unlocked the spirit-shaking technique, but he did not let go of Wen Qian. He also planned to interrogate Wen Qian. Strange. The spirit shaker technique had been eliminated, but Wen Qian was still in a coma. As a last resort, Yang Chen continuously used another method of the spirit shaker technique to shock Wen Qian's spiritual awareness several times, and only then did Wen Qian wake up from her deep coma. As soon as Wen Qian opened her eyes, Yang Chen found something wrong. His empty eyes didn't look like a nascent soul stage expert at all, but more like a soulless idiot. It can't be. Yang Chen knew that the blood river in his sea of consciousness was a disaster for some people, but he didn't expect that a nascent soul stage elder would be scared to the point of becoming an idiot. Who are you? Yang Chen asked Wen Qian, who had a dull look in her eyes. I. In response to Yang Chen, Wen Qian's eyes did not have a trace of intelligence, and her speech became somewhat dull. Waving his hand in front of Wen Qian's eyes were not focused at all, and she turned a blind eye to Yang Chen's outstretched finger. As soon as his spiritual awareness explored, it easily entered Wen Qian's body, as if Wen Qian had no defense against Yang Chen at all. Did she really become an idiot? Yang Chen gritted his teeth, and suddenly pulled open a big hole in Wen Qian's clothes, revealing a large piece of crystal-like jade skin. But Yang Chen's action did not cause any reaction from Wen Qian, and even the size of her pupils did not change. Under the shock, Yang Chen carefully sealed Wen Qian again, and then pulled out one of her female disciples. The spirit shaker technique was eliminated, and after the spiritual awareness shock rescued her, she saw another idiot. The other 4 unconscious disciples were also awakened one by one, but to Yang Chen's disappointment, None of these female disciples could retain their own consciousness, and all of them turned into idiots without any thinking ability. It seemed that after they took the initiative to enter Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, they lost their souls. This made Yang Chen a little helpless. Originally, Wen Chen brought these people to kill him and seize his treasures. This was an enemy. Even if they killed Yang Chen, he would not feel any psychological burden. But now, one of them was scared to death, and the remaining 6 became idiots. What to do? The first idea that came to Yang Chen's mind was to kill them all directly and then destroy the corpses. This was the most straightforward and efficient way, and there was no future trouble. Presumably, when Wen Chen and the others went out, they would never say that they came out to kill Yang Chen. A disappearance could block any possible censure from Blue Cloud sect in the future. However, as soon as this thought popped up, another thought popped up in his mind. It must be known that Wen Chen was a master in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. Since she had become an idiot, it would be a pity to kill her. Yang Chen knew no less than 3 ways to refine Wen Chen in this state into a puppet that would obey him without harming Wen Chen's cultivation base. If successful, it also meant that Yang Chen could have a master puppet in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage as his own secret weapon. For the current Yang Chen, it was simply a great temptation. In the same way, the 5 living disciples of Wen Chen could also be refined into puppets. At that time, the 6 puppets might be able to form a joint attack formation. With Wen Chen, a Yuanying stage master, as the eye of the formation, and the 5 Jedan stage disciples as the people who set up the formation, it would definitely be able to kill the masters of the same realm as Wen Chen. However, this method of refining living people into puppets was simply a method of the devil path. Once it was known by people, Yang Chen would inevitably be labeled as a person of the devil path. And the biggest hidden danger was the Blue Cloud sect. Once Blue Cloud sect knew that an elder and 6 Jedan stage disciples of their sect had been refined into puppets, the top 5 sects would definitely set off a monstrous anger and bury Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen had saved Hua Wanting, it was estimated that it would not be of any use. Kill and refine into a puppet, these 2 thoughts flashed in Yang Chen's mind, sometimes leaning towards one side, sometimes leaning towards the other. It was really difficult to decide. In the end, Yang Chen's mind suddenly appeared the scene of himself being trapped by the seal formation set by Wen Chen, and his life and death were controlled by others. The feeling of being at the mercy of others was by no means a pleasant memory. Since Wen Chen liked to control others to read their memories so much, then she had to pay the price for it. Death was too easy for her. The same was true for the 5 disciples. Their techniques were skillful, and it was by no means a tacit understanding that could be cultivated in 1 or 2 times. Thinking of this, Yang Chen no longer had any psychological burden. Since Wen Chen brought her disciples to kill me, then if you can't kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Since you want to read my memory, then I will turn you into a puppet that I control. Chapter 271. Wen Chen and her 5 disciples. Yang Chen wanted to refine them into his own puppets, which was not a matter of a day and night, so he simply put it aside. This time, in addition to giving Sun Qingxue a warning, Yang Chen also planned to go home. It has been nearly 15 years since Yang Chen left home, and he has never had a chance to go home. Yang Chen intends to stay at home for half a year, just to take care of the body of his parents, and then rearrange the defense of the villa. Finding the right direction, Yang Chen drove the shuttle and flew quickly to the villa where his parents were settled. It was okay when he was concentrating on cultivation, but when he thought that he was going to be home soon, Yang Chen suddenly couldn't wait. The manor arranged at the time was in a relatively sparsely populated place. Generally speaking, the war would not affect that place. He bought a large number of slaves and left enough talismans for his parents to defend themselves. There should be no big problem. Along the way, it could almost be described as fast as lightning. It only took less than 7 days for Yang Chen to rush to the mountain area where his parents were arranged. Far away, Yang Chen found that there was not much change in the illusory array arranged at the time. He flew all the way in and found no special problems. When he was near the villa, Yang Chen stopped the shuttle and slowly walked in from the road outside the villa. The villa was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the group of slaves that Yang Chen found included all kinds of craftsmen, and there were hundreds of people. The entire villa could achieve self-sufficiency in clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and there was no need to communicate with the outside world. There were only some necessary resources, and there were also specialized people responsible for the transportation and sale, which was very safe. Compared with the time when Yang Chen left, the villa seemed to be more lively, and there were many more small courtyards around. In the past 15 years, a generation of people has begun to grow up and get married, so there are many more houses. Life in the mountains was closed and leisurely, and those people who were found in the past were also very simple. Up to now, when it came to Master Yang and Master Yang's son, they all raised their thumbs. If it weren't for Master Yang, they would have been embroiled in the chaos of war long ago. How could they have had these good days for more than a decade? In the eyes of the people in the villa, Yang Chen was a stranger. Except for some of the elders in the villa who could recognize Yang Chen, the young people seemed to be unfamiliar with Yang Chen. At the same time, they were also very vigilant. After Yang Chen revealed his identity, he was immediately warmly welcomed. When Yang Chen's parents heard the news of Yang Chen's return, they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Seeing that their son still looked the same after more than 10 years, the two of them surrounded Yang Chen and looked him up and down in surprise. After a long time, they finally remembered to bring him into the room. His parents were very healthy, which made Yang Chen very happy. Not only that, but during the 15 years that Yang Chen was away, his parents had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, which could be considered to have exceeded the task of carrying on the Yang family line. Because Yang Chen himself was cultivating, he would not leave any descendants for the time being. This had been made clear when Yang Chen left. Now that there were 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, the Yang family would continue in the future. When Yang Chen returned, his younger brother and sister felt that he was a stranger, but they still followed the etiquette and went forward to greet their elder brother. Not only were craftsmen hired in the villa, but there were also a few scholars. All the children in the villa were literate and had received initial education. This was what Master Yang was most satisfied with. Originally, his family was just a bumpkin, but now it was developing in the direction of a scholarly family. He also spared no effort in the education of his children. There were no immortals in the world who were unfilial. Even though Yang Chen was a cultivator, he would not forget this. Unfortunately, his parents did not have the aptitude for cultivation, and after Yang Chen's examination, it seemed that his younger brother and sister's spiritual roots were very ordinary. But this was also good. They could live a peaceful life without illness or disaster. For ordinary people, this was more fortunate than most cultivators. Yang Chen lived in his family's villa. The villa and his parents made Yang Chen feel the long-lost warmth of a home. This feeling was very warm, and his heart was very calm. Even in the sect, there was no such stress-free happiness. When he gave the physique refining pill to his parents and left, Yang Chen was only in the first layer of qi refinement. His cultivation was still shallow, and the level of the illusory formations outside the villa was also limited. They could only play a certain role in protection. Now that Yang Chen had reached the foundation building realm, he naturally had to rearrange everything. Now that he had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, Yang Chen expanded the scope of the villa again, leaving enough space for development, enough to ensure that the scale of the villa would expand 10 times. On the surrounding hills, Yang Chen had arranged a larger illusory formation, and in the old Yang family villa, he had arranged a spirit-gathering array and a protective array. The spirit-gathering array would slowly gather the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles at any time and anywhere. As long as one lived in the villa, his physique would unconsciously improve, and he would not get sick. As for the protective array, Yang Chen gave his parents 2 jade plates. As long as the Yang family's lineal relatives dripped their blood on it, they would be able to recognize the owner and use it to control the opening of the protective array. In the surrounding fields, Yang Chen had sprinkled enough soil taken from the pure bottle medicine garden. After being nourished by spiritual power for many years, these soil could definitely turn these fields into the best fertile fields in the mortal world. He showed his parents and his younger brother and sister his ability to fly, making them believe that he was no longer an ordinary person and that he was hopeful to become an immortal, which made his parents very surprised. Yang Chen had left a lot of life-saving elixirs refined from thousand-year-old ginseng and body-refining elixirs to improve the physique of the Yang family's descendants. At the same time, he also left the 5-colored spirit stone, which was used to test whether the descendants had spiritual roots for cultivation. Once there was a descendant who could cultivate, he could use a jade plate to inform Yang Chen, and Yang Chen would personally come to bring him into the immortal gate. With this arrangement, at least within 100 years, the Yang family villa would definitely become more and more prosperous, the wind would be smooth, and the 5 grains would be abundant. After doing this, Yang Chen began to integrate himself into this peaceful ordinary life. While enjoying the rare family affection, he began to read and sort out the 20,000 volumes of jade slips obtained from the Blue Cloud sect. Last time, Yang Chen just eliminated the tracking divine sense, but now he was reading each piece in detail. From the beginning, Yang Chen had a very clear purpose to ask for these miscellaneous books from the Blue Cloud sect, and he publicized this name when he was in the Chunyang Palace, in order to have an excuse to ask for miscellaneous books from the various sects. Many secrets in the memory of his previous life were hidden in these seemingly miscellaneous books. Chapter 272. It's not that Yang Chen doesn't pay attention to cultivation, it's just that cultivation is not a simple matter of practicing to improve spiritual power. If it's just that simple, as long as the people in the world have spiritual roots, can't they skyrocket? But in fact, the masters who can really cultivate to the Jedan stage are rare. Consolidating the existing realm is something that everyone who has just advanced will inevitably do. This consolidation process takes at least 3 to 5 years, and at most 10 to 8 years. It's very normal. The more solid the foundation is, the more opportunities there are for breakthroughs in the future, and this is the truth. Those who seem to have broken through several small levels in a short period of time, the faster their cultivation, the greater the trouble in the future. Yang Chen, who was reborn, knows the importance of this process better than anyone else. Others are so cautious when they build their foundation with one kind of spiritual power. Now that he has 10 kinds of spiritual power in the Yin-Yang 5-element secret art, he is even more cautious, and he doesn't dare to be greedy and rash. Enjoying a quiet life in his own home, and being able to enjoy the joy of reading, Yang Chen is a little happy these days. The reason why miscellaneous books are miscellaneous books is that they are not important things and have nothing to do with cultivation, but it is the best supplement for broadening one's horizons and increasing one's knowledge. A cup of fragrant tea made from a 1,000-year-old ginseng flower, lying on a comfortable bed, closing his eyes, and reading the contents recorded on the jade slip with his spiritual awareness. This kind of life, even the immortals are no exception. What's more, Yang Chen knows very well that the immortals do not often have such a leisurely life. Looking at it one by one, Yang Chen will write it down with a little care. If it's useless, Yang Chen will just treat it as a pastime and forget it after reading it. After cultivating to the 3rd layer of the 3 purities secret art, Yang Chen's memory has become unbelievably abnormal. These things given by the Blue Cloud sect, because they were prepared by W.N. Chen, were all the dregs in the Blue Cloud sect's collection. Yang Chen wanted something like travel notes. How could W.N. Chen let Yang Chen, the person who exposed her conspiracy, get what he wanted? All she found were some vernacular books and rumors. Even if she wanted to increase her knowledge, these things were not suitable. Most of the stories were just whimsical playthings that people used to relax themselves. They had absolutely nothing to do with actual cultivation. W.N. Chen originally did not have good intentions, but she did not know that Yang Chen was watching these with relish. In Yang Chen's eyes, many things in cultivation, especially in alchemy, refining, and array formations, ultimately came down to a breakthrough in one's imagination. Some things could only be achieved if one could imagine them. If one didn't even dare to think about it, then there would be no hope at all. These things were in line with Yang Chen's intention. Yang Chen read each one very carefully. In addition to the above reasons, there was another important reason. Yang Chen's Great Yin and Yang 5-element secret art was missing a 8th metal true secret art. It was said that it was obtained from a storybook of the Blue Cloud sect. This was the memory of his previous life. Yang Chen did not remember the specific storybook, but he knew that it was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who was idle and flipping through the storybook and found it in one of the descriptions. Storybooks were similar to novels. There were many storybooks that described cultivators. Some were written by chi condensation cultivators who had no hope of advancing to the next level, and some were written by experts who were traveling the world to cultivate their moral character. However, everyone followed the same principle, and that was to try their best to imagine things based on reality. However, they would never touch upon things like real cultivation methods and the like. However, there was an exception. It was unknown where the Blue Cloud sect obtained a storybook. Among the large number of imaginary words, there was a short paragraph of the cultivation technique of the protagonist of the story. This cultivation technique appeared in the very last part of the story. Moreover, the storybook was very long, with a total of millions of words. The absurd plot at the front made many cultivators pick it up and look at it for a while before directly throwing it away. Those who could persist until the end could be counted on one's fingers. It just so happened that there was an outer sect disciple in the chi refining stage who had no hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage. After he finished reading this long masterpiece, he discovered that the description of the cultivation technique at the back was very profound. After consulting the disciple who taught him, he alarmed an elder. Finally, he discovered that this was the eighth metal true secret. Since a long time ago, when Yang Chen began to read all the books in the collection, Yang Chen had been looking forward to this day. With so many books in the collection, besides immersing himself in the world of people's imagination to expand his realm, Yang Chen was also looking for this storybook. There were 20,000 volumes of jade slips in the collection and millions of words in the vernacular, but there were no less than a few hundred stories. Yang Chen did not know whether the story he was looking for had been included or not, and he did not remember the title, so he could only look for it one by one. Of course, Yang Chen also knew that cultivation was about fate, so he did not force it. He read whichever story he got. After a few months, he had already browsed through tens of thousands of jade slips, but he still did not find the one he wanted. Do your best, leave it to fate, and do not force it. Yang Chen did not expect to be able to get the eighth metal true secret from the Blue Cloud sect the first time. At worst, he would find an excuse next time and exchange some books from the Blue Cloud sect. As long as he did it often, he would be able to exchange it. As for whether or not he would be discovered by the people of the Blue Cloud sect in advance, it seemed that in Yang Chen's memory, it would only happen 100 years later. This 100 years was enough for Yang Chen to exchange all the miscellaneous books of the Blue Cloud sect. With this mentality, Yang Chen appreciated these miscellaneous books in his hands while writing down things that were useful or that he thought were useful. When he saw the 18,000th volume, Yang Chen picked up a piece of jade slip and roughly scanned it with his divine sense. He found that this was also a vernacular book that was millions of words long. His mind was immersed in it, and he only read the beginning. He could not help but shake his head again and again. Such an absurd story, how could it be written so long? But immediately Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Wasn't the eighth metal true secret hidden in an absurd book? Thinking of this, Yang Chen sped up the speed of reading and quickly swept to the later parts. He also skipped over all the plots of the story and specifically chose the description of those exercises. Of course, it was very easy to find the ancient words in the vernacular book. Yang Chen only spent a short half a day to find his own description. After carefully studying it a few times, he could finally confirm that it was the eighth metal true secret that he had been dreaming of. Wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but find it by chance. Yang Chen suddenly thought of such a sentence. He laughed happily, but another sentence flashed in his mind. There is a golden house in the book. There is a beauty like jade in the book. There is 1,000 millet in the book. There is a cluster of chariots in the book. Chapter 273. With the eighth metal true secret art in his hands, Yang Chen's heart seemed to have put down a stone, his whole body was comfortable, and he felt unspeakably relaxed. He thought that it was impossible to get the eighth metal true secret art from the Blue Cloud sect this time. It must be known that the Blue Cloud sect's miscellaneous books were also in the millions. The heritage of the big sects accumulated for thousands of years was by no means comparable to some small sects. Even the scripture pavilion of the Chunyang Palace was in the millions, let alone the Blue Cloud sect. Who could have thought that in the first transaction, Wn Chen secretly played tricks, but all the most unreliable books were brought over, which also made Yang Chen really happy for a while. It seemed that this eighth metal true secret art was still fated with Yang Chen, otherwise it would not appear in the hands of Yang Chen for the first time. After getting the eighth metal true secret art, Yang Chen did not immediately cultivate it. Without the spiritual power of the eighth metal true essence, it was impossible to cultivate it. Yang Chen had just collected the fifth earth true essence not long ago. Before he had a complete grasp of it, Yang Chen did not intend to find other true essences immediately. Having read 18,000 books, Yang Chen still took his time to read all the remaining 2,000 books, then packed up everything and said goodbye to his parents. Although they were very reluctant, his parents understood that Yang Chen was now not a person of the same world as them. In addition to telling Yang Chen to come back when he had time, his parents did not say anything more and watched Yang Chen leave. Yang Chen enjoyed the peaceful days at his parents' home, but several sensational things happened in the cultivation world. Strictly speaking, everything was related to Yang Chen. First of all, Chunyang Palace grandly launched a hall of eccentrics. It was not a big deal for a second-rate sect to have a subordinate hall, but this hall of eccentrics had 2 Yuanying stage masters. Yuanying stage masters may not surprise everyone, but these 2 Yuanying stage masters were 2 monsters. This was enough to attract the attention of the big sects. How could a demonic beast join the sect? Humans were humans, and demons were demons. Not exterminating them was already a great kindness, so how could they tolerate them joining the sect? However, the explanation given by Chunyang Palace made everyone unable to find fault with it. He had worked hard to protect the sect for 1,000 years, so what was the point of giving him such a small reward? Chunyang Palace had already given the earth element true essence that Elder Wu Xiong had given to Yang Chen to the 2 demon beasts, which helped them reach the nascent soul realm. In this regard, even the 5 elements sect was not as generous as Chunyang Palace. Everyone knew that there was no cultivation method in Chunyang Palace that could refine the earth element true essence. Even if they had it, it would be useless. But they were willing to give the earth element true essence to 2 earth attribute monsters. This kind of generosity was not something that other sects could do. As soon as the Hall of Eccentrics was established, it attracted the attention of many sects. At the same time, some of the guardian beasts of many sects also expressed their yearning for the Hall of Eccentrics of Chunyang Palace, which caught many big sects off guard. If they did not give the benefits, maybe the guardian beasts would escape. If they gave the benefits, they felt reluctant. And those guardian beasts that were restricted began to have the will to resist, so the heads of the major sects began to have a headache on how to deal with it. This matter was also publicly supported by Elder Wu Xiong, so it was not easy for others to oppose it. But in any case, Chunyang Palace had a good reputation in the monster world, and there were 2 more Yuanying stage masters in the sect, which was an indisputable fact. The reputation of Chunyang Palace had increased greatly, but there were also good and bad sides. Some people could not accept such a favor for the demon beasts and were very repulsed. Some rogue cultivators felt that even the demon beasts were so protective, so they must be very protective of the disciples, so they came to join. This made the face of Elder Shu Chengshan of the Foreign Affairs Hall happy. The same big news as Chunyang Palace was the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Hua of the Blue Cloud sect, after fighting with the Blood Phantom Vine for hundreds of years, finally got rid of the shackles of the Blood Phantom Vine, and successfully passed the Yin Fire Tribulation, becoming a new master of the Darching stage. Blue Cloud sect publicized this with great fanfare, and all the sects sent people to congratulate them. The credit of Yang Chen was slightly concealed by Blue Cloud sect. It was only said that Yang Chen provided 1,000-year-old ginseng to replenish the vitality of Elder Hua when she was at her weakest before she got rid of the Blood Phantom Vine, so that she could pass the Yin Fire Tribulation in one fell swoop. With this origin, Elder Hua took special care of the Blue Cloud sect to be polite to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. Elder Hua entering the Darching stage was a great joy, but more people were envious of the good luck of Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. First, it was Elder Wu Xiong, then it was Elder Hua wanting. How could a master of the Darching stage come to him and give him a favor? Why didn't such a good thing happen to others? As for the disappearance of Wn Chien and several disciples, no one mentioned it, and even the Blue Cloud sect did not seem to know about it. Wn Chien and her 6 Jedan stage disciples went out to collect herbs together, and outsiders have never seen them again. However, this situation was very common. Yang Chen often left the sect for a few months or a year and did not return. Everyone was not surprised, and no one would take the initiative to find their whereabouts. Maybe it would take decades or hundreds of years before someone would investigate this matter. Now Wn Chien and her 5 disciples were instinctively sitting in the dome hall of the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden, motionless, relying on instinct to drive the cultivation method in their body, aimlessly cultivating. They have completely lost their minds, and even these actions were done under the command of Yang Chen's God-shaking technique. The last news was from the younger generation of disciples, and it was also the most direct relationship with Yang Chen. The core genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the fairy in the eyes of young cultivators, Shishanshan, sent a message to the outside world, asking Li Qingchen of Taishanmen and Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace to confront each other and solve some misunderstandings or conflicts. What was surprising was that Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace disappeared after leaving the Blue Cloud sect and did not respond to this news. However, according to Fairy Shi, Yang Chen has agreed to the request for a face-to-face confrontation, only waiting for Li Qingchen's response. The reaction of Taishanmen was very surprising. Li Qingchen completely disagreed with Shishanshan's request, and even said that Fairy Shi was deceived by Yang Chen and directly challenged Yang Chen. As soon as Yang Chen appeared, he would directly challenge Yang Chen. Yang Chen learned the news after leaving Yang Clan village and returning to the world of cultivators. Hearing this news, Yang Chen was not angry, but excited. Li Qingchen, this guy, from the time when Yang Chen first joined Chunyang Palace, he obstructed him in every possible way, and even used his relationship with Chu Heng to let Chu Heng suppress him. Yang Chen had long wanted to find him to settle accounts, but there had been no opportunity. Now that Li Qingchen took the initiative to challenge Yang Chen couldn't wait to laugh 3 times. Chapter 274. After the last time the head of the Chunyang Palace asked Elder Shu to find the Taishanmen for an explanation, the Taishanmen said that Li Qingchen and Yang Chen were personal grievances, the sect would not interfere, and they could solve it privately. But Yang Chen knew that although the Taishanmen said so, the head of the Chunyang Palace did not want Yang Chen to go to the door to solve personal grievances with Li Qingchen, not for anything else, but because the Taishanmen were powerful. But now it was not Yang Chen's business. The initiator was Fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island. No matter how powerful the Taishanmen were, it was impossible to suppress the Green Jade Immortal Island. If Shishanshan could not be blamed, then Yang Chen could only be blamed. The problem was that now Li Qingchen obviously did not dare to confront, and even wanted to use this challenge to hit Yang Chen. Getting the news from other cultivators, Yang Chen suddenly had a spirit, he couldn't care about anything, and directly rushed back to the Chunyang Palace. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. Since Li Qingchen came to the door, Yang Chen would never mind letting him go. How did you get involved with Elder Hua of the Blue Cloud sect? Returning to the Chunyang Palace, the first thing Yang Chen did was to see his master. Gao Yu saw Yang Chen's face for the first time. Gao Yu couldn't help but care. Although her own disciples' cultivation was still low, only in the early stage of the foundation stage, but the means of tormenting things was not small. Elder Wu Xiong has not yet ascended, and he already has another Elder Hua wanting to cover him, which made people sincerely envious. Let's wait for the head of the palace and the ancestor to come and talk about it together. Yang Chen knew that such a thing had happened, the head of the palace and the ancestor Wang Yong would definitely come over, and he was too lazy to say it again. Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen angrily and ordered her slave to send a letter to the head of the palace and Wang Yong. Yang Chen's disciple was by no means a worry-free disciple, but he was also the worry-free disciple, which really made Gao Yu feel conflicted. Saying that he was worrisome was because Yang Chen seemed to dare to provoke anyone. In front of him was Elder Wu Xiong, behind him was Elder Hua Wanting. They were all masters of the Darching stage, but they were not afraid of being blown to the road to the underworld. To say that Yang Chen was worry-free was because Gao almost didn't have to worry about anything. Cultivation, alchemy, refining, arrays, and the like, she didn't have to worry about anything at all. Even the safety issue that he needed to worry about the most, under the public support of Elder Wu Xiong and Elder Hua Wanting, no one would dare to do anything to Yang Chen. Her own master seemed to be a bit superfluous. Gao Yu's depression lay in this. However, even so, she was very satisfied with Yang Chen. She could feel the strong love from Yang Chen. With such a disciple, what more could she ask for? The head of the palace and Wang Yong came very quickly, especially the head of the palace. After hearing the news of Elder Hua Wanting, he was a little surprised. Yang Chen was so lucky to have a relationship with another master of the Darching stage, and it was a master who owed Yang Chen a favor, which made the head of the palace very happy. This also meant that if this favor was used properly, Chunyang Palace could maintain a good relationship with the Blue Cloud sect, which was beneficial to Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen, this disciple, was simply the lucky star of Chunyang Palace. Since he joined Chunyang Palace, whether it was the qi-seeking pill or the spiritual veins of the Fierce Sun Courtyard, whether it was Elder Wu Xiong or Elder Hua Wanting, whether it was the Hall of Eccentrics or the third-grade alchemist master, he always brought surprises to everyone. Waiting for Yang Chen to tell everyone what happened seemed to have become the tradition of the head of the palace and Wang Yong every time after Yang Chen came back. The palace master knew that Yang Chen did not believe much in the other elders except for his own master ancestor Wang Yong, so no one else, only the two of them, plus Yang Chen's master Gao Yu listened. Listening to Yang Chen's vivid story of the Green Jade Immortal Islands Fairy Shi and the Blue Cloud sect, Gao Yu immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. When did Yang Chen do things in the name of Fairy Shi? How come I don't know? Gao Yu now couldn't see Yang Chen being wronged, and the tone of venting dissatisfaction was also very strong. Those are small things, isn't the junior of Taishanmen already guilty? Unlike Gao Yu's resentment, the head of the palace and Wang Yong considered more about the Darching stage Elder Hua and the Blue Cloud sect. No one would have thought that Yang Chen could solve the entanglement of the blood demon vine. It was obviously a bit far-fetched to use a reason from a miscellaneous book. The blood demon vine was such a powerful thing. If there was a record, it would definitely be in the senior books of alchemy refining. It was impossible in the books of Chunyang Palace. Where did you learn about the way to deal with the blood demon vine? The head of the palace has not yet opened his mouth. He was pondering what way to ask, and the ancestor Wang Yong next to him had already asked very sensitively. However, he was not questioning, but giving Yang Chen an insurance endorsement. Don't be afraid, no matter what method you use, even if it is murder and arson, I will bear it for you. The latter sentence, on the one hand, was for Yang Chen to hear, on the other hand, it was for the head of the palace. Anyway, no matter how Yang Chen got it, he couldn't use this to blame Yang Chen. This is not a secret now, Elder Wu Xiong told me last time. Yang Chen directly moved out Elder Wu Xiong. Anyway, no one could verify it face to face. Even if there was a master to verify it face to face, Elder Wu Xiong would definitely recognize it. The palace master and Wang Yong were stunned. It seemed that this was another insurance for Yang Chen by Wu Xiong before his ascension. Anyway, his ascension was imminent, and there was no need to do favors. He gave this favor to Yang Chen, which was also a kind of protection for Yang Chen. Things happened just after Wu Xiong left, which was really too much of a coincidence. What's the matter with Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud sect? Why do you want to find her? The palace master asked again. Because Elder Wu Xiong also warned me about one thing. Yang Chen just took the opportunity to say about the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art. The other sects did not care, but Chunyang Palace could not afford to lose so many disciples. Not everyone was like Sun Qingxue. After their cultivation was abolished, they could still rebuke the world. The head of the palace listened to Yang Chen's story very seriously, and did not say much, but his heart had begun to be secretly vigilant. The Taishanmen juniors challenged Yang Chen. How should we solve it? Gao Yujian said for a long time, but did not say a word about Yang Chen being challenged, and could not help but ask. Master, it's very simple. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Let Hall Master Shu spread the news. Li Qingchen's cultivation base is at the peak of the foundation stage, The disciple admits defeat. If he really wants to challenge, it will be a matter of life and death. Chapter 275. This was what Yang Chen once said at the celestial stairway gathering in the face of Han Jianda, the disciple of the Tianquan sect who came to provoke. At that time, Han Jianda, who was also higher than Yang Chen, wanted to challenge Yang Chen, and Yang Chen directly admitted defeat. But everyone knew that Yang Chen did not really admit defeat, but forced Han Jianda and Yang Chen to have a life and death challenge. Now Yang Chen came to the same words. Presumably he wanted to have a life and death battle with Li Qingchen. He is at the peak of the foundation stage. Yang Chen, do you have the confidence? Gao Yu certainly did not want Yang Chen, a disciple in the early stage of the foundation stage, to have a life and death challenge with a master in the peak of the foundation stage, and immediately asked anxiously. Even if I am not sure, I have to fight. It is better than letting the masters of the Taishanmen hate me from then on, and it is better to be restless day and night. Yang Chen smiled and replied to his master. Why is that? Gao Yu obviously did not think much about the reason in this regard. On the contrary, the head of the palace and Wang Yong heard Yang Chen's words, but they nodded knowingly. The actions of these two predecessors made Gao Yu even more puzzled. Li Qingchen will never confront me face to face, because it will make his reputation go down the drain. Yang Chen knew that his master had not yet grown to the realm of the master who took over everything, and many things were not so complete, so Yang Chen patiently explained to his master. For the Taishanmen, it is the same. They are never willing to have a disciple who tells right and wrong in the sect, so they will certainly not be willing to have a face-to-face confrontation. Yang Chen's words made the head of the palace slightly nodded again. This is the same as my Chunyang palace having a disciple who betrays the sect, Chu Heng. It is really a shame for the sect. As if encouraged, Yang Chen continued, the Taishanmen would rather have a disciple who is not as good as others, and will not be willing to have a villain disciple who shames the sect. Comparatively speaking, between the reputation of being inferior to others and the reputation of the sect for not recognizing people, the former was more acceptable. After all, there were a lot of factors that could affect one's skills. It was not shameful to lose if one could not win. Li Qingchen's reputation was the only one that was shameful. It would not implicate the Taishanmen. Gao Yu quickly understood this point, but she still had some doubts. They don't want to carry a bad reputation, but what does it have to do with you not accepting the challenge? How can you be hated by a master? If I don't accept the challenge, it means that I want to confront him. Inevitably, Li Qingchen's reputation will fall to the ground, and the Taishanmen will be ridiculed by everyone. Yang Chen explained with a smile, in this case, the masters of Taishanmen do not dare to vent their anger on the Green Jade Immortal Island, but they will vent their anger on me. They can find an opportunity to end my life. Gao Yu listened and nodded frequently. Thinking about it this way, it seemed to be true. She couldn't help but look up at Yang Chen, who was talking with confidence and composure. It seemed that this apprentice had a clear mind. But if I agree to the life and death challenge, then no matter what, this is a personal grievance between me and Li Qingchen. I am giving the Taishanmen a way out. Yang Chen saw his master looking over, and he smiled more and more happily. With the temperament of the Taishanmen masters, since it is a personal grievance, no matter what the result is, they will not care much. If I don't accept the challenge, I will face the hatred of countless Taishanmen masters in the future. I would rather choose to fight with Li Qingchen to solve this grievance. Yang Chen knew that Gao Yu had gradually understood, and the summary of the words was a little simpler. Then accept the challenge. Why do you have to have a life and death challenge? Gao Yu was worried about the life and death of Yang Chen, and she didn't care about other things. Because if there is no life and death, the Green Jade Immortal Island must let the two of us confront each other. This is what the Taishanmen can't accept in any case. Yang Chen said very helplessly, since the Taishanmen have already said it first, we have a personal grievance, so they will let Li Qingchen issue a challenge. In fact, whether this challenge is a life and death challenge or not, we have to decide life and death. Instead of this, it is better for me to issue a life and death challenge, so that they can step down and have nothing to say. Doesn't Senior Hua wanting take care of you? Gao Yu remembered what Yang Chen had just said about Hua wanting and hurriedly asked, if you don't agree, Can they take the risk of offending Elder Hua to kill you? It is because of the care of Elder Hua wanting that this life and death challenge is the only opportunity for the Taishanmen to kill me without worrying about Elder Hua's blame. Yang Chen was very sober. He knew that some things were not changed by personal will. In fact, Li Qingchen is very pitiful. He has been abandoned by the Taishanmen. Why do you say that? Gao Yu was confused by Yang Chen and asked again in doubt. Because whether he wins or loses, he can't escape the word death. Yang Chen smiled. This was the place that made him the happiest. If he wins, I will die and Li Qingchen will be executed. On the one hand, it will calm the anger of Elder Hua. On the other hand, the Taishanmen will make a posture of righteousness to the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. If you win, Gao Yu was like a curious baby in front of Yang Chen. If I win, he will die. Yang Chen replied with a smile, but the Taishanmen will still admit their mistakes to the Green Jade Immortal Island and admit that they have accepted a worthless disciple. Didn't you say that the Taishanmen are not willing to bear the reputation of not knowing people? Gao Yu's eyes stared and retorted. They just don't want to be forced to admit it. Yang Chen shook his head slowly. In fact, when Fairy Sha confronted this face-to-face confrontation, the Taishanmen have already been forced into a corner. Instead of being forced to admit it, it is better to admit it voluntarily. It's just that they don't want to bow their heads without any action. So they arranged a challenge as a way out of the situation. Gao Yu was angry. The matter of the Taishanmen actually required Yang Chen to take risks. How could Gao Yu accept this? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. In fact, some people in Taishanmen are probably eager for Li Qingchen to die in my hands at this moment. This is the best ending. In this way, they don't have to worry about the censure of Elder Wu Xiong and Elder Hua at all, as long as they have an explanation to the Green Jade Immortal Island. When Gao Yu and Yang Chen asked and answered, the head of the palace and the ancestor Wang Yong listened with a smile, and no one spoke. The more they listened, the more smiles on their faces. Looking at Yang Chen and his apprentice, the two of them seemed to be looking at a treasure. In this way, the Green Jade Immortal Island is also involved in this matter, otherwise they can confront each other in secret. They don't have to publicize this matter to the whole world, right? After a series of answers from Yang Chen, Gao Yu seemed to be enlightened in some aspects and pondered more things. They are using you, aren't they? Chapter 276. In the previous life, Gao Yu was a thoughtful person, otherwise, she would not become the master of the fierce Yang Hall. As soon as these words came out, Yang Chen immediately knew that his master had begun to gradually consider these things. This was a good thing. Yang Chen hoped that his master would be safe, but he couldn't be with his master at all times. This meant that his master must have the ability to protect herself. Cultivation base was one thing, on the other hand, being able to accurately judge the situation was the biggest reliance for self-protection. Gao Yu began to ponder these things, which meant that her safety was more guaranteed. Damn, how can the Green Jade Immortal Island be like this? Gao Yu indignantly scolded, how can they involve my disciple in it? Because the Blue Cloud sect has a new master of the Darching stage, these big sects, including the Green Jade Immortal Island and Taishanmen's Five Elements sect, all feel the pressure. This time, it was not Yang Chen who answered, but the head of the palace, the original balance of several major sects. Now there is a problem, the Green Jade Immortal Island must also find a new balance point. While answering Gao Yu's complaint, the head of the palace nodded appreciatively to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's words just surprised the head of the palace and Wang Yong. A disciple who had just reached the foundation stage could analyze these small disagreements between the sects so thoroughly, it was a surprise to them. Such a clever mind, luck, and a disciple who could see the overall situation so thoroughly, was simply a natural talent for sect management. At least more than 90% of the Jedan stage masters in the Chunyang Palace have not considered these issues, let alone the disciples in the foundation stage and the Qi refining stage. If such a disciple did not make great efforts to cultivate, it would be a reckless waste of resources. Yang Chen, you don't go out in the near future, cultivate carefully, wait for Li Qingchen to come and die. After the head of the palace answered Gao Yu's question, he turned to Yang Chen and said, wait until this matter is over. Yes, Palace Master. Yang Chen hurriedly bowed. This time, Gao Yu didn't ask much. Yang Chen had already said it very clearly. Whether Li Qingchen was alive or dead, he could not escape death in the end. Even some people in Taishanmen hoped that he would die. In this life and death challenge, his odds of winning were really not high. Even if Li Qingchen's peak foundation stage realm was higher than Yang Chen, who told Taishanmen to not want to anger Elder Wu Xiong and Elder Hua wanting at the same time? Thinking that the Green Jade Immortal Island was also involved, Taishanmen would never let the Taishanmen let the Green Jade Immortal Island. The best way was to give up. The head of the palace and Wang Chen did not stay. After listening to these things, the disciple, Yang Sect Yu, Chen, Master and Li Yang, Yu, Chen, Master and Yang, Chen was, Chen. Yang Chen, Li Qingchen has been targeting you. If you let him die like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Gao Yu now began to stand in Yang Chen's perspective to consider the problem. She knew what Li Qingchen and Chu Heng had done to Yang Chen, so she would pay particular attention to Yang Chen's attitude. Master, you don't understand this. Without the head of the palace and Wang Yong, Yang Chen spoke more casually to his master in the past. Li Qingchen was able to persuade Chu Heng to deal with the disciple. What he relied on behind him was his identity as a disciple of Taishanmen. Now, his biggest reliance wanted him to die. Is there anything more painful for him than this? Is there a more enjoyable way of revenge than the enemy coming to the door to die? Can there be a more wonderful result than this? What if he doesn't want to and counterattack? Gao Yu was still a little worried. It involved Yang Chen. She was always not at ease, but this question did not wait for Yang Chen to answer. She had her own answer. Since it was the wish of the top leaders of Taishanmen, a small disciple at the peak of the foundation stage, it was estimated that he would not know who did it. When she thought of the intrigue between several major sects involved, Gao Yu couldn't help but feel a palpitation. Even the disciple of her own sect could not hesitate to give up. This was simply cruel. Is it the end of cultivation? Will it become like this? Gao Yu suddenly said with emotion, seemingly talking to herself, but also like asking Yang Chen. Other disciples don't know. Yang Chen replied straightforwardly, but you won't. If Gao Yu would become like this, how could she rather die to protect Yang Chen in her previous life? How do you know? Gao Yu was puzzled by Yang Chen's quick answer and such an affirmative answer. Even I don't know. Because you are my master, I just know. Yang Chen gave Gao Yu an answer so casually, but he secretly added a sentence to himself in his heart. Because in your previous life, you have used your life to prove that you are not that kind of person. Then will you become such a person? Yang Chen was so sure that she would not change. Gao Yu looked very happy and asked Yang Chen in turn. To others, maybe. Yang Chen still gave Gao Yu an answer that made her happy. To you, master, I will never. You won't, but what if others will? Gao Yu seemed to have fallen into a wrong way of thinking, and began to drill into a dead end on this issue. To become a person that others can't give up. Yang Chen also knew that Gao Yu was thinking nonsense. Once Gao Yu couldn't figure it out, it was easy to create an inner demon, so he was very patient to enlighten her. Like this disciple, they can only choose to let Li Qingchen die, not to let this disciple die. Like you, find a few strong backers to rely on. Gao Yu's eyes stared, very dissatisfied with Yang Chen's opportunistic behavior. This disciple's cultivation is low now, it's expedient. Yang Chen smiled and said, when this disciple's cultivation rises, then it will be up to us to decide who to give up or who to protect. Up to us to decide. Gao Yu shook her head, as if she didn't realize that Yang Chen used the word us. I don't want to become such a person. Then become the kind of person that no matter what happens, others simply don't dare to think about whether to give up on you or not. Yang Chen said heroically. Yang Chen's words simply hit the bottom of Gao Yu's heart. She was the kind of courageous character who was willing to dominate her own life instead of being controlled by others. She immediately smiled happily and said, I like this, we will become such people. As she spoke, her tone also became cheerful, as if she had untied the knot in her heart, and no longer entangled in this issue. After solving a small trouble, even her state of mind had improved. After realizing this, Gaou smiled even more happily. Master, don't worry. Yang Chen seemed to be responding to Gaou's words, but it was more like he was swearing to himself, with this disciple here, even if something big happens, you don't need to worry about it, this disciple will bear it. Chapter 277. What Gaou and Yang Chen did not see was that the master of the palace and Wang Yong, who left, stopped halfway back to the Chunyang palace. The master of the palace directly found a place to sit on the ground and set up a restriction. Then he smiled bitterly at Wang Yong, who was next to him. Senior brother, your grand disciple really makes people speechless. Jealous? Wang Yong and the master of the palace were brothers, and they were more open in private. They were very casual when it was only the two of them. It's useless to be jealous, you don't have such good luck to receive such a good grand disciple. Also, Yang Chen's luck really makes people crazy with jealousy. The master of the palace did not hide his jealousy, but he was only jealous of Yang Chen, not Wang Yong. It's a good thing to have a great luck. Wang Yong was very protective of his own grand disciple. When he heard the naked jealousy of the master of the palace, he did not care. The master would not be jealous of Yang Chen. He is too much in the limelight. The master of the palace shook his head. The tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. After this challenge, don't let him go out for a while, lest someone harm him. It's good to stay in the sect. But what do you want him to do? Wang Yong agreed with this point very much. The performance of a genius was too good, and it had already made people secretly jealous. If there was a great luck, then maybe someone would run out one day and plot against him. Although the righteous sects were harmonious on the surface, they would not hesitate for a moment, just like the Taishanmen against the Five Elements sect, or this time the Green Jade Immortal Island against the Taishanmen. The five spiritual powers have reached the foundation stage at the same time, and he is well-read and knowledgeable. It should be more than enough to guide some disciples of the outer sects, right? The master of the palace seemed to have an idea, and he smiled and said his plan. Okay. Wang Yong nodded. The disciples of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa were in the territory of the Chunyang Palace in Maiqing Mountain. Unless there was a disaster, it was impossible for others to come in and plot against them. There was no need to worry about safety. The arrangement of the head of the palace was indeed very clever. Yang Chen did not know that he had been grounded by the head of the palace and the master ancestor for a short time. After such a long period of accumulation and consolidation, the foundation establishment stage of Yin and Yang five-element secret had been completely consolidated, and he could try to break through to a higher stage. But before that, Yang Chen had to solve Li Qingchen's problem first. 2 months later, Yang Chen and Gaou appeared together on a small island in the boundary of the Green Jade Immortal Island. This island was the place where he and Li Qingchen had agreed to carry out the life and death challenge. Li Qingchen and a Jindan stage grandmaster from Taishanmen also appeared here. The life and death challenge between two foundation establishment stage juniors was a personal grudge. It was not worth sending any high-level people, let alone experts. What was surprising was that as the owner of the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were 2 Yuanying stage masters, plus one of the parties, Shishanshan Fairy Sha. Of the 2 Yuanying stage masters who were present, one was Elder Guan Yueying, who Yang Chen had dealt with before, and the other had never been seen before, but it seemed that his relationship with Li Qingchen was not ordinary. Yang Chen, I'm sorry. Before the battle began, Shishanshan walked to Yang Chen's side in the eyes of Li Qingchen and apologized to Yang Chen. Yang Chen now understood that Shishanshan was not like the kind of inhuman and simple gullible that she had always shown. This apology was clearly admitting that she had used the name of Yang Chen to deal with Li Qingchen. For the apology of the future Cold Plum Fairy, Yang Chen was very unwilling at first. If it weren't for Li Qingchen, Yang Chen would not have suffered so many difficulties in Chunyang Palace before, and there would not have been so many troubles. Yes, Yang Chen regarded those experiences as troubles, not as tempering at the critical moment of life and death. However, Yang Chen also knew that with Shishanshan's character of not communicating with people easily, everything seemed to be caused by Shishanshan's attitude towards Li Qingchen. It could only be said that Li Qingchen's unrequited love could not be completely blamed on Shishanshan. In the future, this kind of thing must never involve me again. The resolution of this matter also depended on the meaning of the Green Jade Immortal Island, so Yang Chen did not intend to entangle himself in this matter. He just dropped a sentence, closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to it. When Shashanshan saw Yang Chen's attitude, there was a strange feeling in her heart. Since she joined the Green Jade Immortal Island and became an inner sect disciple, she has been pursued all the way. There has never been a male Daoist who treated her like Yang Chen, which made her feel very novel and more guilty at the same time. It seems that Yang Chen still did not fully understand. You have to be careful. The expression on Shashanshan's face did not change, and she said in a low voice, Li Qingchen is the descendant of Elder Li Junyu in my sect. He has received great guidance from Elder Li. You have to be careful in this life and death challenge. Yang Chen never knew this news. Now it seemed a bit troublesome. If this was the case, if he killed Li Qingchen, it would not be the trouble of the Taishanmen, but there would be some discord between Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island. But at this moment, the arrow on the bowstring had to be shot. The big things could only be said after the end. No matter who was behind Li Qingchen, Yang Chen couldn't use his own life to curry favor. Li Qingchen was dead. This thing happened because of me, if you fail the challenge. After Shashanshan said this, she bit her lip fiercely and her face turned red. Finally, she made up her mind and gritted her teeth and said, if you fail the challenge, I will keep my chastity for you. After that, Shashanshan didn't wait for Yang Chen to have any reaction. She turned directly and returned to the side of Elder Guan Yuing on the side of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She bowed her head and restored her cold appearance, standing quietly. There were many people who came to watch the battle, but they were a little far away. The challenge had not yet begun, and no one would probe their spiritual awareness to provoke the two Yuanying stage masters. Although the voice of Shashanshan's words was low, these people in the field, including the two Taishanmen, the two Yuanying stage masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Gaou, all clearly heard this sentence of Shashanshan. Yang Chen was stunned on the spot. Chastity? What did that mean? For ordinary people, it was that a wife would no longer marry after the death of her husband, or never marry after the death of her fiancé. For cultivators, it was that after their own Dao companion died, they would not look for a new Dao companion. The question was, did Yang Chen and Shashanshan have this relationship? How could Shashanshan say such a thing? Boom, Yang Chen was still stunned, but Li Qingchen had already gone berserk. Before the time was up, he directly rushed up and shouted angrily at Yang Chen, you die for me. Chapter 278. Not only Yang Chen and Li Qingchen, Guan Yuing and Li Junyu, the two Yuanying stage masters, and Yang Chen's master Gaou, were all shocked by Shashanshan's words and couldn't say a word. The meaning expressed by Shashanshan was very simple. She was not optimistic about the result of Yang Chen in this challenge. This was also very normal. Li Qingchen was at the peak foundation stage, the direct disciple of Taishanmen, and with the guidance of Li Junyu, a Yuanying stage master, his cultivation base could be imagined. On the other hand, Yang Chen was just a newcomer who had just reached the foundation stage, and he was still a disciple of a second-rate sect. As early as when Yang Chen was still an executioner, Li Qingchen and Shashanshan had already traveled outside. Shashanshan didn't know how powerful Yang Chen would be in the future, but how powerful Li Qingchen was, Shashanshan was clear, so she had such a judgment. As Shashanshan said, she felt that things were caused by her, so she had to take responsibility. Guan Yuing had pointed out her problems in this regard before. If she didn't get Yang Chen's complete forgiveness, Shashanshan would also fall into her heart devil and be unable to extricate herself. Since Yang Chen had no hope of survival, Shashanshan simply kept her chastity for Yang Chen for the rest of her life, so that she could get peace in her heart. Guan Yuing was very clear about Shashanshan's mentality, but she did not expect that Shashanshan would make such a decision. Without discussing it with her, she defined herself as Yang Chen's widow. When she thought of Yang Chen's ability to easily solve her Yuanying stage elder at any time, Guan Yuing couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could Shashanshan, this silly child, make such a decision so easily? If Yang Chen lost, would he take the initiative to issue a life and death challenge? Li Junyu had another thought. She has long had the intention to let her descendant and Shashanshan form a dual cultivation Dao companion. Therefore, He had spared no effort to arrange for Li Qingchen to be by Shishanshan's side in order to gain her favor. At this time, Shishanshan actually said such words, it was simply not giving her face. In fact, Elder Li was even angrier than Li Qingchen. Shishanshan made it very clear that even if this challenge ended, Li Qingchen would never become Shishanshan's Dao companion. All these years of painstaking arrangements were wasted just like that. How could Elder Li not be enraged? Gao Yu was completely shocked, and then immediately worried. She did not expect Shishanshan to say such a thing. If you don't consider Elder Li Junyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island, then Yang Chen almost occupied the absolute upper hand in this challenge and there would be no danger at all. But now there was suddenly a Yuanying stage master, and he was at the scene. What would happen next? There was no guarantee. In addition to worrying, Gao Yu first had a little pride. Her own apprentice was really amazing. The famous fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island even took the initiative to keep her chastity for Yang Chen. If Yang Chen did not die, wouldn't he be an excellent Dao companion? However, after being proud, Gao Yu had a little bit of anger. It seemed that what she liked was going to be taken away, and she was very uncomfortable. This feeling only appeared for a moment. Li Qingchen's roar had already sounded, and he actually didn't wait for the time of the decisive battle to arrive, and he began to attack. A sword light, like a flying swan, blasted toward Yang Chen in front of him. Despicable! Gao Yu yelled and was about to release the flying sword to resist, but suddenly felt a killing intent, forcing her to deal with it with all her strength. The killing intent came from Li Junyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Discovering that Gao Yu had the intention to fight, Li Junyu directly suppressed Gao Yu's spiritual awareness. Since it was a life and death challenge between Yang Chen and Li Qingchen, others couldn't interfere at will. Yang Chen raised his head unhurriedly, and his hands were already holding the immortal beheading blade. He took a step forward against the sword light. The immortal beheading blade was raised high, and he slashed at the flying sword light. What kind of junior is this? He can't even use the flying sword, holding a big blade in his hand to show that he has great strength. Before the result of the knife, Li Junyu, who was not far away, had already begun to ridicule. It was just talking, but when she spoke, she used her spiritual power to send the voice far away, and all the people around the battle could hear it, including Yang Chen in the field. This kind of interference with the mind was a very disgusting trick, but she used it indifferently, and she didn't care about the views of others. Even if some people felt that it was despicable, Li Junyu was a Yuanying stage elder, and this was the territory of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Who dared to say half a word? Unfortunately, some things were not transferred by the personal will of some people. No matter how good the trick was, in the face of absolute strength, it was just a joke. Ding! Along with Li Junyu's sarcastic words, there was a crisp sound and a dazzling spark. Yang Chen used a knife with both hands and accurately cut the sword body of the flying sword. The huge force of the chopping directly cut the flying sword to the ground. The flying sword controlled by spiritual awareness, compared with the immortal beheading blade controlled by Yang Chen with both hands and at the same time with spiritual awareness and physical strength, it could not occupy an advantage in any aspect. In terms of spiritual awareness, Yang Chen was already at the peak Jedan stage, but Li Qingchen was only at the peak foundation stage, which was a big gap. In terms of strength, Yang Chen's body had been nourished by the life essence of countless immortals, and his strength had been unreasonably strong. In terms of material, the immortal beheading saber was refined by a master at the peak of Jindan realm for hundreds of years. How could the flying sword that Li Qingchen got from Li Junyu, which was only a few decades old, compare with it? In the splashing of sparks, Li Qingchen's flying sword directly appeared a huge gap, and Li Qingchen himself, because of the close connection with the flying sword, when the flying sword was damaged, his spiritual awareness was also severely damaged. His whole person stayed in place, holding his head and making a painful scream. He could no longer make other movements. Yang Chen never had the habit of sparing the enemy. After the knife was cut down, he took another big step forward. In the air, he had already raised the immortal beheading blade high again. As soon as he landed, Yang Chen was already standing 3 feet in front of Li Qingchen, and the immortal beheading blade was once again cut down mercilessly. Li Qingchen noticed the danger, and he resisted the pain of the spiritual awareness damage and launched the protection on his body. In an instant, a faintly discernible armor appeared on Li Qingchen's body, and at the same time, there was already a silver ball in Li Qingchen's hand, and there was even a smirk on his face. "Don't!" The scream sounded again, and the owner of the voice was still Elder Li Junyu, who had just mocked Yang Chen. However, this time the cry was full of pleading, and no one knew who she was shouting to. Chapter 279. The onlookers didn't know, even Jiaoyu and Shishanshan, who were close at hand, didn't know who Li Junyu was shouting at. On the scene, Yang Chen seemed to have the upper hand, and the knife was very powerful. But Li Qingchen had already launched a high-level divine armor, and he was holding a silver ball in his hand. She didn't know what kind of magic weapon it was, but it was estimated that there was still a way to fight back. No one could tell who this no was meant for. But Guan Yuing knew that Li Junyu's shout was for Yang Chen. The power of that knife, others couldn't see it, but she and Li Junyu, the two Yuanying stage masters, could see it. Not to mention that Li Qingchen launched the divine armor in a hurry. Even if he launched it with all his strength, he might not be able to block Yang Chen's knife. The knife that Yang Chen had just slashed on the flying sword had clearly shown the horror of Yang Chen holding the immortal beheading blade, and Li Qingchen obviously did not recognize this. Hearing Li Junyu's words, Li Qingchen instinctively thought that this was to stop him from using the ball in his hand. You must know that this was a Gangjin divine thunder that Li Junyu personally refined for him. As long as it was launched, not to mention the younger generation of the foundation stage, even if it was a Yuanying stage master, he would lose half of his life. But Li Qingchen immediately realized the meaning of Li Junyu's words. He and Yang Chen were so close. Once the Gangjin divine thunder was launched, the two of them would die together. There was no other result. Thinking of this, Li Qingchen hesitated. Just this, it has already determined the life and death of the two people. Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade mercilessly cut directly on the top of Li Qingchen's head. The illusory armor, like paper, was broken without a sound. Yang Chen's knife directly cut from Li Qingchen's head to the soles of his feet. When Yang Chen put away the knife and grabbed the silver ball from Li Qingchen's hand, Li Qingchen's body was divided into two pieces and fell on both sides. "Junior, how dare you?" Li Junyu couldn't believe what she saw. She had already called out to stop it. Yang Chen still made such a killing move. This was simply not putting her, a Yuanying stage master, in his eyes. She was so furious that she immediately summoned her flying sword. "Junior sister." Guan Yuing, who was next to her, frowned and shouted directly. Her voice was mixed with a divine sense shock, instantly waking up Li Junyu, who was almost going crazy. Spiritual consciousness shock, this was Guan Yuing's proudest move. Last time, she had used this move to injure Yang Chen, but this time she had used it on Li Junyu. Guan Yuing's shout immediately woke Li Junyu up. Only then did she realize what she had just done. Yang Chen and Li Qingchen were in a death match. How could Yang Chen stop at Li Junyu's command? That being said, Li Junyu was completely unable to accept the fact that Li Qingchen, who she had personally guided for several years, was killed in 2 strikes. She couldn't believe that the flying sword that she had personally refined was destroyed by Yang Chen, and the armor that she had prepared for Li Qingchen was also smashed. What made Li Junyu most unacceptable was that her descendant, Li Qingchen, was cut into 2 pieces in front of her eyes. The intense anger almost made her lose her mind, and she directly went up to kill Yang Chen, the junior, on the spot. Guan Yuing stopped Li Junyu's madness in time. She must not tolerate Li Junyu doing anything out of line. There were so many people watching here. If Li Junyu made a move, unless everyone was killed, it would definitely bring huge trouble to the Green Jade Immortal Island. There was one point that Guan Yuing completely believed, that even if Li Junyu made a move, it would be impossible to do anything to Yang Chen. Yang Chen may not be able to beat Li Junyu, but when it came to running, Li Junyu could not catch up with Yang Chen. This point, Guan Yuing has personally proved it. What's more, Guan Yuing was not sure that if Yang Chen was serious, Li Junyu was not her opponent. Moreover, the pattern that Yang Chen vaguely revealed, if it was true, if Li Junyu dared to make a move regardless of the rules, the Green Jade Immortal Island might face a disaster. Although she was not sure, Guan Yuing had already vaguely involved Yang Chen with the spiritual power abnormality of the Green Jade Immortal Island last time. After all, the two were too coincidental in time. After killing Li Qingchen with a knife, Yang Chen did not care about other people's views at all. He stepped forward and grabbed the Chengkuan bag first and threw it into his belt. The benefits should be taken first. No one stipulated that he could not collect the spoils of war in a life and death challenge. However, Yang Chen has been holding the silver ball in his hand, but his spiritual awareness was always staring at Li Junyu. As soon as the ball was in his hand, Yang Chen knew what it was. He held it because he was wary of Li Junyu. Seeing that she was stunned by Guan Yuing, he was a little relieved. The onlookers have been boiling up. A master of the peak foundation stage and a master of the early stage of the foundation stage had a life and death challenge. The process was so simple, but the result was so unexpected that people still couldn't believe what had just happened. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How could this be? What kind of magic weapon is he holding in his hand? Fellow Daoist Li is too vulnerable, right? Countless shocked, speculated, doubtful, and puzzled voices came one after another, and no one could accept this result. Obviously, the cultivation of the peak foundation stage was high. How could he die in the hands of a junior in the early stage of the foundation stage? In this case, what was the point of everyone's hard work? A higher realm couldn't beat a lower realm? What's more, some guys who had some connections with Taishanmen directly shouted out another statement. He must have used some demonic means, otherwise how could it be possible? Cheating, what method did he use? In the midst of the noise, everyone found one thing. The Jindan Grandmaster of the Taishanmen who accompanied Li Qingchen didn't say a word. Just in the sound of the crowd's discussion, under everyone's surprised eyes, he went forward and put away Li Qingchen's body. Everyone's voice quieted down. Everyone watched the Jindan Grandmaster walk not far from Yang Chen, as if he wanted to say something. No one dared to speak, for fear of disturbing them. In the life and death challenge, my Taishanmen disciple lost. The Jindan Grandmaster said very calmly, "This is a personal grievance between the two of you, and has nothing to do with your respective sects. My Taishanmen will not bear a grudge against you for this. Fellow Daoist Yang, congratulations. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. In a life and death challenge, there is no room for mercy." Yang Chen also cupped his hands and said, "The Taishanmen really have the demeanor of a big sect, and you are responsible. I admire you." Chapter 280. Anyone could say beautiful words. In this way, he could let the Taishanmen step down, so Yang Chen didn't mind saying a few more empty words. There was a change in Li Junyu, and he didn't know what would happen. The most embarrassed person now was Shishanshan. In her mind, Yang Chen was bound to die this time. Not to mention the realm was there, but the magic weapons that Li Junyu specially prepared for Li Qingchen were not comparable to Yang Chen. Who knew that it would turn out to be this result? Because of Guan Yuing's advice, Shishanshan realized that the means she used to deal with Li Qingchen before were wrong, and she was very guilty of Yang Chen. Originally, Shishanshan planned to use the opportunity of face-to-face confrontation to restore Yang Chen's reputation, plus her own apology and sufficient compensation. Maybe she could make Yang Chen forgive her. But who knows that such a small thing turned out to be so hot in the cultivation world, and she didn't know why. Li Qingchen and Li Junyu were a family, so this matter was selectively concealed from Li Junyu by the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was also concealed from Guan Yuing. Shishanshan was even less likely to know. Li Qingchen was guilty and didn't dare to confront, but he issued a challenge. What surprised Shishanshan was that Yang Chen actually challenged Li Qingchen to a life and death challenge. This made Shishanshan even more self-reproach. In the case of thinking that Yang Chen would die, she said the words of chastity. The problem was that now Yang Chen was alive and well, and Shishanshan had no chance to keep her chastity. But the word chastity was too ambiguous. Mortals were either to their husbands or to their fiancé, and cultivators were to their own Dao companions. How could Shishanshan, a woman, deal with this? In the midst of the awkwardness, Yang Chen turned to her side, which made Shishanshan even more ashamed and angry. Seeing that Yang Chen was getting closer and closer, Shashanshan felt her heart beating faster and faster. She wanted to say something but couldn't. She was extremely anxious. Fairy Sha, don't mention such jokes in the future. However, Yang Chen smiled at Shashanshan and did not take the opportunity to force her. He just cupped his hands and said calmly, as I said, don't involve me in such matters in the future. Thank you very much. After that, Yang Chen, regardless of Shashanshan's reaction, turned directly and walked towards his master Gaou. Shashanshan's face alternated between red and white for a while. Seeing that Yang Chen had walked to Gaou's side, she didn't know why she felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, she shouted, although Shashanshan is a woman, I will keep my word. Things started because of me, and I will not escape. I will never take back what I said. After shouting, Shashanshan did not care about the two Yuaning stage seniors of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Without saying anything, she directly summoned the flying sword and flew away from the island, flying towards the sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Leaving a lot of onlookers looking at each other, they didn't know what happened. Yang Chen's figure almost fell to the ground. What did Shashanshan mean by this? Or did she admit that he was her Dao companion? The onlookers didn't hear the words of Shashanshan at first, but Guan Yuing, Li Junyu, Gaou, Yang Chen and the Jedan stage master of the Taishanmen understood. Shashanshan made such a scene, but the Jedan stage master of the Taishanmen seemed to be somewhat gloating. He once again smiled at Yang Chen and said Fairy Shi is unparalleled, fellow Daoist Yang, congratulations. After congratulating Yang Chen, the Jedan stage master apologized to Gaou, Guan Yuing and Li Junyu, and then directly left with his sword. When the onlookers saw that there was no big excitement, they also discussed the battle that was not very exciting and quickly dispersed. On the island, only Yang Chen and Gaou, as well as Guan Yuing and Li Junyu, the two Yuaning stage masters, were left. Senior Guan. Yang Chen knew that things had to be resolved, otherwise there would be more and more troubles in the future. He could only greet Guan Yuing, who he was still familiar with, and said Fairy Shi is just joking, don't take it seriously. Senior, please persuade Fairy Shi. Just speaking of this, Yang Chen's words were interrupted by Guan Yuing. The words that are said are like water that has been poured out. The disciples of my Green Jade Immortal Island have never said it in front of so many people. Fellow Daoist Yang, you have a great future, Shanshan will not disgrace you, right? In the face of Yang Chen, Guan Yuing couldn't boast about his high cultivation base. She only used a promising future, but it was also a test. The excuse was that the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island were the most committed, but Guan Yuing still had some selfishness. If this matter made Yang Chen have any bad ideas about the Green Jade Immortal Island, it would be a big trouble. On the contrary, there was a promise from Shashanshan, maybe Yang Chen and Shashanshan could be brought together. In this way, Shashanshan had said it first, and no one would force her to become a Dao companion in the future, solving a big trouble. On the other hand, if Yang Chen was really like what she guessed, it was really worthy of a promising future. For Shashanshan and the Green Jade Immortal Island, there was only good and no harm. As for Yang Chen, it must be known that the beauty of Shashanshan was well known in the world, otherwise, no one would have begun to call the name of the Cold Plum Fairy. This younger generation disciple of hers, whether it was the appearance or the cultivation aptitude, was a superior person, and she was from a famous sect. She was definitely worthy of Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't expect Guan Yuing to say this. He opened his mouth and couldn't say anything more. Since fellow Daoist Gao is the master of Yang Chen, then I will trouble fellow Daoist Gao to persuade Yang Chen. Guan Yuing turned to Gaou's side. Let's each report to the head of the sect and let them choose the next auspicious day to determine the status of Yang Chen and Shanshan. How about it? This. Gaou was also confused. She didn't know how things developed like this. She was a little surprised that she was suddenly asked to make a decision. If this matter is difficult to do, fellow Daoist Gao doesn't have to be embarrassed. Guan Yuing knew that everything had to be done by Yang Chen. She nodded and continued, however, I, the disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, will never break my promise. Yang Chen, if you don't want to, we won't force it, but Shanshan will not find another Dao companion and will keep her chastity for you in this life. You're on your own. After that, she didn't wait for Yang Chen's reply. She just sighed. Ari, Shanshan has a bitter life. After sighing, she pulled Li Junyu, who was looking at Yang Chen with resentment, and quickly disappeared. No way. Yang Chen's brows were almost tangled. Was there no one who wanted the cold plum fairy? It was estimated that the people in line could line up from the Green Jade Immortal Island to Chunyang Palace, right? How could she rely on him? Only Yang Chen and Gao Yu were left on the island. Yang Chen turned his face and looked at Gao Yu. Gao Yu also looked over. The master and apprentice looked at each other and looked at each other. Chapter 281. In any case, Yang Chen won. Winning the life and death challenge of Taishanman Li Qingchen was more important than anything else. At least in Gao Yu's mind. A life and death challenge was not a joke. Generally speaking, only one could survive. If Yang Chen survived, then all the troubles before and after would not be a big trouble. As long as people were alive, there was still a chance. Fairy sure is cold and elegant, your luck with women is not shallow. After easing the nervous mood, Gao Yu suddenly said to Yang Chen with a smile, and there was an obvious ridicule in her eyes, you are also a genius Jedan stage master. After the double cultivation, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Ari. Yang Chen couldn't help but give his master a white look. At this time, he was still gloating about his master. He was really speechless. Finally, he could only sigh. Li Qingchen is the descendant of elder Li Junyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island. I don't know what trouble there will be in the future. At least you are alive, aren't you? From this point of view, Gao Yu was much happier than Yang Chen. And Yang Chen seemed to have no joy of winning after a life and death challenge with a peak foundation stage master. Yang Chen's victory seemed to be very simple, but Gao Yu saw one thing, that was, Yang Chen did not seem to have a flying sword that could be used. There was only a strange-shaped knife in his hand that he had since he started his cultivation, as if he was afraid that others did not know that he was an executioner. Gao Yu made up her mind. When she went back this time, she would immediately collect the best materials and build the best flying sword for Yang Chen. No matter what, he was also her own apprentice, and Gao Yu was still focused on refining. Her own apprentice did not have a good flying sword, how could it be justified? What's more, the palace master had personally promised to give Yang Chen a good flying sword. However, Gao Yu couldn't be blamed. Gao Yu had been thinking about giving Yang Chen the most suitable flying sword. Since she took over this task, she had been racking her brains, but she was still unable to determine what kind of flying sword Yang Chen needed. From the looks of it, the most suitable flying sword didn't have to be given immediately, but a flying sword that could defend and fight was necessary. Although he was happy, no one would be so happy to suddenly have a dual cultivation companion. No matter how beautiful the dual cultivation companion was, no one would be so happy. Especially when Yang Chen thought of the cold expression of the future winter plum fairy. Even if they were together, it would be like leaning against a block of ice, and he would lose interest in anything. This matter must be made clear to the Green Jade Immortal Island. It's just a misunderstanding, there is no need to take it seriously. Yang Chen shook his head and still felt that it was better to push it away. Otherwise, there would be a Li Qingchen appearing today. When the winter plum fairy really showed her monstrous cultivation, he didn't know what kind of people would jump out, that would be the real trouble. Yang Chen was no longer the kind of person who didn't know what was going on when he got the favor of a beautiful woman, so he knew how to deal with it rationally. Seeing that Yang Chen seemed to be very insistent, as the master of Yang Chen, Gao Yu also seemed to agree with Yang Chen's decision. She didn't know why, when she heard Yang Chen's decision, Gao Yu even had a relaxed feeling. However, how to deal with it, Chunyang Palace still needed to negotiate with the Green Jade Immortal Island. After all, the other party had 2 Yuanying stage ancestors and a Jedan stage master. Gao Yu and Yang Chen added up, it seemed that their status was not so equal. Back at Chunyang Palace, the two did not dare to neglect and directly went to report to the head of the palace. If it was really the Taishanman who gave up Li Qingchen, it would be simple. This matter would be over with the death of Li Qingchen, and there would be no more twists and turns, but if an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island remembered it, it would be a bit troublesome. It doesn't matter, let's take one step at a time. What surprised the two was that the head of the palace was unexpectedly open-minded about this matter. He waved his hand as if nothing had happened, no matter how troublesome it is. I can't use the life of my Chunyang Palace disciple to please others, right? In one sentence, it seemed that Yang Chen and Jiaoyu's hearts were very warm. After all, he was the person who became the head of the sect, and it was easy to let the disciples feel the protection of the sect. The matter of the dual cultivation companion, we will negotiate. The head of the palace continued, but he immediately came to a big turn. Yang Chen, Fairy Shi is indeed an excellent dual cultivation companion, you might as well consider it. In this regard, Yang Chen could only shake his head. Such a forced cultivation companion, Yang Chen did not like it. Fortunately, the head of the palace did not force it, and turned to talk about the arrangement of Yang Chen. Yang Chen, during this time, don't go out and run around. After the head of the palace comforted the two, he directly began to assign work to Yang Chen. Since you said that the tribulation is about to begin, you should calm down and stay in the Chunyang Palace for a while. I have discussed it with senior brother Wang Yong. The Nine Earth Mountain Villa has recently lost a suitable disciple, Yang Chen. Go and guide the younger generation. For the arrangement of the head of the palace, Yang Chen had nothing to say. There was no other way but to do it. Moreover, it was indeed time for him to calm down and improve his cultivation base. Of course, Jiaoyu was also happy. At least Yang Chen didn't have to run around so dangerous. The Nine Earth Mountain Villa was in the territory of the Chunyang Palace. Which enemy dared to behave atrociously here? You are honest in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Jiaoyu carefully told Yang Chen, I will go to Rui Lane in the near future and find a few materials for you to refine a flying sword. Don't make trouble again. For Yang Chen's ability to cause trouble, Jiaoyu never doubted that it would be inferior to his ability to make friends with the big shots. Therefore, it was essential to give Yang Chen some advice before leaving. Yang Chen suddenly looked forward to it. This time, it was estimated that Jiaoyu would officially start refining the bright ray sword. That was one of the few warm scenes in the memory of his previous life that he could not forget before he died. In the face of Jiaoyu's advice, Yang Chen just nodded his head heavily, and then went straight to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa without saying anything. Wasn't it just passing on the power? He could just see if he could find a few future genius babies. Li Qingchen's life and death challenge was not too big a challenge for Yang Chen. What he had to consider now was the next demonic tribulation that almost swept the entire cultivation world. If the demonic tribulation was just to avoid it, it would be simple, as long as he didn't touch the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art. However, Yang Chen thought further. In the subsequent encirclement and suppression of the devil, the Chunyang Palace would definitely participate. At that time, how to avoid heavy losses was the problem that Yang Chen was worried about. It seemed that killing Lin Changhe in advance might be a good idea. Chapter 282. Lin Changhe, the devil, directly rushed to the realm of the Darching stage because of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art. In the end, the cultivation world sacrificed dozens of Yuanying stage masters to kill Lin Changhe, but the major sects also suffered a great loss of vitality and had to lie dormant for decades to recuperate before they began to slowly recover. Yang Chen would never let the last tragedy repeat in Chunyang Palace. It was necessary to make some preparations in advance. Moreover, there had been great changes between this life and his previous life. Yang Chen did not know how much impact this demonic cultivation tribulation would have. During the demonic cultivation tribulation in his previous life, Elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud sect was still entangled by the blood demon vine and could do nothing about Lin Changhe's rampage. But now, with the early intervention of Yang Chen, Elder Hua has successfully got rid of the blood demon vine and entered the Darching stage. If Elder Hua made a move, what would happen to Lin Changhe, Yang Chen did not know. Everything was unknown, but for Yang Chen, the safest thing was to improve his own strength. Unfortunately, at this time, the foundation stage was really not enough. Even if it was a Jedan stage master, in the face of Lin Changhe who had already been possessed by the devil, it was just a dish, it was really nothing. Even if there were still a few years before the eruption of the demonic cultivation tribulation, even if Yang Chen knew countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it was impossible to compete with Lin Changhe in just a few years. If he wanted to have the power to protect himself in this demonic cultivation tribulation, one was to rely on the power of the sect to maintain the strength of the sect as much as possible, and the second was to have a magic weapon that could play a role at a critical moment. After the battle with Li Qingchen, Yang Chen knew that the refining of the life source magic weapon had been put on the agenda. Before, because he had just built the foundation and consolidated his realm, Yang Chen did not want to be distracted by refining the magic weapon. Now that his realm had been consolidated, he naturally had to start refining. The choice of the life source magic weapon was an important thing for every cultivator. This was because one's life treasure was closely linked to one's life. If the treasure was heavily damaged, the owner would also be heavily injured. However, natal magic treasures were more connected to their masters than ordinary magic treasures. The power they could display was at least several times that of ordinary magic treasures. In fact, Yang Chen had already made his choice. The reason why he had been carrying the immortal beheading saber was because he wanted to treat it as his natal flying sword. The main body of the beheading immortal saber was actually a sword case refined by that Jindan senior. The sword case itself was not outstanding, but if a strong enough sword soul was added, it could achieve a qualitative leap. As for the sword soul, Yang Chen already had an idea. If the great yin-yang 5 elemental incantations corresponding 10 types of flying sword were all gathered, the immortal beheading saber would become a terrifying magic treasure that would make even the heavenly court tremble. It wasn't easy to gather the 10 attributes of the flying sword, but Yang Chen already had 2 of them. One was the Penglai divine wood, and the other was the blood demon vine. Coincidentally, both were of the wood attribute. With Yang Chen's current strength in the early stage of the foundation stage, it was impossible to refine the Penglai divine wood. By relying on the earth core fire in his body, even the shape of the Penglai divine wood could not be changed. If the blood demon vine was in a mature state, Yang Chen would be helpless. But coincidentally, the blood demon vine that Yang Chen collected was just a young blood demon vine that had absorbed the flesh and blood of a master of the Dacheng stage in this world, just enough for Yang Chen to display his strengths. Because of the characteristics of the blood demon vine, it also led to the refining of the second wood attribute flying sword, with a strong blood-sucking characteristic, and it could grow with the absorption of the flesh and blood of the strong, until it absorbed the flesh and blood of the earth immortal in the spiritual world. It really entered the mature stage. Each sword soul could be added independently. What Yang Chen had to do now was to first add the flying sword refined by the blood demon vine into the sword sheath as the first sword soul, and then step up the quenching of the immortal beheading blade as his own life source flying sword. Of course, the quenching of the life source flying sword was a long-term and uninterrupted effort. What Yang Chen had to do now was to first become a disciple of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Once again coming to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, the disciples of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa were no strangers to Yang Chen. Not to mention, the name of the heaven stairway to the top and the luxurious configuration of the fierce sun courtyard, there were few people in the Chunyang Palace who did not know Yang Chen, not to mention the powerful name of refining the heaven-seizing pill and the recent faint blue cloud sect elder Hua's favor. It was difficult not to know. What made the outer sect disciples pleasantly surprised was that Yang Chen, who was known to have memorized the entire Nine Earth Mountain Villa's scripture depository, had become their disciple. No one was more familiar with the scripture depository than Yang Chen, right? Perhaps it could save them a great deal of time, as long as they could get the specific location and name of the thing they needed from Yang Chen's mouth. The fact was as expected by the outer sect disciples. The arrival of Yang Chen had indeed made a huge change in the Nine Earth Villa. In the past, when Chu Heng was here, he didn't do his best to teach these disciples, or it could be said that most of his time was spent on his own cultivation, and he would only take out a small part of his time to instruct the outer sect disciples. Furthermore, Chu Heng had a fatal flaw. He possessed a water-attributed spiritual root and cultivated water-attributed cultivation techniques. He wasn't able to give pointers to other elemental cultivation techniques as easily as he did in the past. Yang Chen was different. Yang Chen was originally an expert in the yin-yang 5 elements secret art. No matter what type of cultivation method it was, Yang Chen could give them accurate and concise instructions. Although it was only a few words, it was enough to enlighten the person who was being guided, giving them a new understanding of their own cultivation. This water attribute cultivation method of yours has to be gentle in order to bring out its greatest effect. When you have time, go to the scripture depository and take a look at the third jade slip on the fourth floor of the sixth row. It should be of help to you. The most important thing about the metal attribute is the word sharp. It is invincible. Grasp this essence and you will be able to solve your current problem. On the first day Yang Chen arrived, he answered all the questions of the outer sect disciples. Yang Chen had each person ask a question, demonstrate their cultivation method, and then immediately give the most suitable solution. With hundreds of outer sect disciples, Yang Chen only used one day to give each of them a pertinent suggestion. Some of these people had good comprehension and had a breakthrough on the spot, which surprised and delighted many of the outer sect disciples. In the end, no one was willing to leave. They all wanted to listen to the explanations given by others, and maybe they could comprehend more by analogy. Oh yes, there's a problem with your cultivation method. The spiritual power can't always circulate in this meridian. After dealing with the outer sect disciples, everyone was about to leave when Yang Chen suddenly pointed to a servant who came with an outer sect disciple and said, "Solve this and you can enter the next level." "Are you talking about me?" The servant who was pointed at by Yang Chen never thought that there would be such a good thing. He was stunned on the spot and pointed to his nose. Chapter 283. Yes, it's you. Yang Chen nodded and smiled at the servant. You already have the strength of the 7th level of qi condensation. If you can advance a few more levels, you have a chance of entering the inner sect. When these words came out, the servants who had come with the outer sect disciples to listen in immediately became excited. However, they still remembered their status and didn't dare to overstep it. They only looked at Yang Chen with hopeful eyes. In the future, anyone in 9 Earth Villa, including Elegant Post Villa, can bring up any questions to me. Yang Chen said seriously, every 2 months, I will stay in 9 Earth Villa and Elegant Post Villa for 1 day each to guide everyone. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Boom, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Didn't what Yang Chen said mean that even the servants could receive guidance? This was something that none of the previous cultivation imparting disciples had ever done. Within the Yishio Villa and the 9 Earth Villa, compared with the formal outer sect disciples, the number of slaves was almost several times more. It was just that everyone had no chance before. Now that Yang Chen personally promised to give advice, everyone was overjoyed. When cultivators chose suitable disciples, they used an extremely cruel method. In the beginning, they relied on comprehension and luck. If they succeeded, they would be outer sect disciples. If they failed, they would be servants. It was the same even for outer sect disciples. There was no fairness to speak of here. It could only be said that they relied on fate. Those who had fate could meet a suitable cultivation imparting disciple and naturally succeed in reaching foundation establishment. Those who didn't could not be forced. Cultivation imparting disciples changed every few years. For these outer sect disciples, there would always be a suitable opportunity to meet a cultivation imparting disciple that suited their cultivation attribute. The only difference was the timing. Yang Chen was unlucky. He just happened to meet Chu Heng from the beginning, making things difficult for him at every turn. In the past, the cultivation imparting disciples all specialized in one element and could only give slight guidance to the other elements. There had never been someone like Yang Chen who was proficient in all 5 elements. It could also be said that this was the fate of this batch of outer sect disciples. With Yang Chen's promise, the huge number of slaves started to get excited. With the guidance of the training tutor disciple, they might be able to see the hope of building their foundation. If anyone needs to refine any elixirs, you can find the ingredients yourself and I can refine them for you. After the previous promise of guidance, Yang Chen once again gave everyone an even more surprising promise. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was also an alchemist, and had already successfully refined a 2nd-grade building foundation dan. Once he could find enough materials, Yang Chen could refine a 2nd-grade building foundation dan. At that time, wouldn't there be a great hope for him to reach the foundation building realm? The entire Nine-Earth Mountain Villa and Elegant Post Villa were in an uproar. It was as if everyone saw the hope of Foundation establishment. Even those who had long since given up hope had a little more vigor in their eyes. Everyone thought of a possibility. Back then, Shang Guanfeng and Wang Yuan seemed to have no hope, so they went to Elegant Post Villa to be the chief steward. At this moment, they all went to Fierce Sun Courtyard with Yang Chen. No one would believe that their Foundation establishment had nothing to do with Yang Chen. The outer sect of Chunyang Palace seemed to have suddenly appeared a brand new atmosphere. Almost everyone burst out with a different state. Whether it was cultivation or other things, it was very different from before. Many slaves began to think about what questions they should use the next time they asked Yang Chen. Most of the outer sect disciples who had received guidance from Yang Chen began to try a brand new cultivation. When it was once again the day of Yang Chen's guidance, everyone was notified at the last minute. This time, Yang Chen planned to get to the bottom of everyone's cultivation, so it would take a bit longer. Furthermore, everyone had to be personally tested by Yang Chen. No one would be dissatisfied. Yang Chen was personally inspecting everyone. This was a good thing that they couldn't even beg for, so who would object? They all waited with confidence, waiting for the Nine-Earth Mountain Villa's chief steward to call people one by one according to the name list. Of course, when calling people, even their servants could go over and give pointers at the same time. What surprised everyone was that when they came to Yang Chen's side this time, other than carefully letting Yang Chen inspect their cultivation, there was another small step. They would place their hands on a small stone in Yang Chen's hand and output spirit power. No one knew what this was for, but no one would ask. Everyone thought that this was Yang Chen testing their spirit power cultivation, so they did their best to output spirit power. This time, everyone benefited greatly from the detailed guidance that was similar to a large inspection. As long as they could ask about the mistakes in their previous cultivation, the direction of their future cultivation, and even some flaws in their application, Yang Chen could give a detailed answer and even demonstrate it on the spot. His valiant performance made all the disciples and servants wholeheartedly convinced. Of course, there were a few exceptions. However, they weren't surprised by Yang Chen's attitude, but by Yang Chen telling them to directly change to a spirit power attribute cultivation method. "Martial uncle, I have an earth spirit root. Why do you want me to cultivate a wood attribute cultivation method?" The first person they met was an outer sect disciple who was already at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. When he heard Yang Chen's guidance, he didn't dare believe his ears. "I can't explain it to you right now, but I can give you a promise." Yang Chen didn't give the disciple a detailed explanation. He only used his status as a guiding disciple to ask the outer sect disciple to change to a cultivation method of an attribute. "I can guarantee that it will be easier for you to cultivate a wood attribute cultivation method than it is now. Also, when your wood attribute cultivation reaches the peak of Qi refinement, I can give you a 3rd cycle foundation establishment pill." Yang Chen couldn't explain the matter of acquired spirit roots, at least not at this time. He could only forcefully suppress it and promise great benefits at the same time. Although the disciple was a bit skeptical, he couldn't resist the temptation of the 3rd cycle foundation establishment pill. Finally, after promising not to tell anyone else, he nodded his head heavily. Among the thousands of disciples and servants in Yishio Villa and Nine-Earth Villa, there were 14 of them. Not everyone's innate and acquired spirit roots didn't match. Most of them were the same. Some acquired spiritual roots were not as outstanding as innate spiritual roots, which were very rare. This ratio was basically normal. After almost 2 months, Yang Chen finally finished teaching all the disciples. Yang Chen spared no effort in teaching every disciple and servant. For at least half a year, as long as these people cultivated according to his instructions, there wouldn't be any major problems. Chapter 284. This also gave Yang Chen enough time to get busy with his own things. The first thing Yang Chen did was the sacrificial refining of the life flying sword. The sacrificial refining of the life flying sword was very different from the ordinary flying sword. The life flying sword had to be kept in the sea of consciousness and slowly integrated with one's own primordial spirit until they were indistinguishable. The ordinary sacrificial refining of the flying sword could only upgrade the level of the life flying sword, but it could not be connected to the life. The immortal beheading blade, whose body was a sword case, was taken into the sea of consciousness by Yang Chen for a full 2 months. As soon as he entered the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen saw the immortal beheading blade that had been enlarged countless times. This scene was the same as when Yang Chen refined the wood attribute 3 grades foundation establishment pill, but this time, not only the body, but even the body of the immortal beheading blade entered the sea of consciousness. The enlarged immortal beheading blade allowed Yang Chen to clearly see some shortcomings and flaws in the refining process of the sword case. Unfortunately, with Yang Chen's current skills, it was still impossible to improve the sword case refined by a master of the peak Jedan stage. He could only remember the flaws, and then find materials that could be improved and prepare in advance. To temper the life-flying sword, Yang Chen would naturally choose the Scarlet River. This was Yang Chen's proudest and sharpest weapon. If the flying sword could carry such killing intent, it would be almost invincible. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen threw the body of the immortal beheading blade directly into the Scarlet River. The tempering of the intrinsic flying sword needed to be carried out at all times, especially in the beginning. One had to be patient enough to fuse with the flying sword. Only then would one be able to control the flying sword as though it was their own arm. If it was just a spiritual awareness mark, or a few ordinary sacrificial refining, such as the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and Earthfiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, it could at most guarantee that the flying sword would recognize its master, and it could not be compared with the natal flying sword. Under normal circumstances, very few people would truly refine their natal magic treasures in the foundation establishment or golden core stage. Firstly, his cultivation was still shallow. Secondly, at this level, there really wasn't any good magic treasure that was worth cultivating as a life-bound magic treasure. Everyone waited until the nascent soul realm to carefully refine a high-level magic weapon as their own life source magic weapon to cultivate and temper. Before that, there was a compromise between a true natal magic treasure and an ordinary magic treasure, and that was to refine a quasi-natal magic treasure. Its power was greater than an ordinary magic treasure, but it was not as strong as a true natal magic treasure. Because it was a compromise, the quenching did not need to consume too much energy. Of course, the magic treasure itself could not be so advanced. Naturally, the degree of integration with the spiritual awareness would not be as close as that of a true natal magic treasure. However, even if it was a quasi-natal magic treasure, when it was seriously damaged, it would cause the owner's spiritual awareness to be damaged. Before, Yang Chen had killed Chu Heng, Li Qingchen, and others, the so-called natal magic treasure was this kind of quasi-natal magic treasure. Yang Chen was not willing to waste his energy on an excessive magic treasure. Even if Yang Chen went from the foundation establishment to the golden core stage and then to the Yuanying stage without any twists and turns, it would take at least hundreds of years. And these hundreds of years were enough for Yang Chen to refine his real natal magic treasure at least a few grades. No one would use a magic treasure that could not be upgraded and refined as a natal magic treasure. Yang Chen was the same. The sword scabbard itself was a magic treasure that could be upgraded. If it was integrated with the sword soul, the power would be unimaginable to Yang Chen. For such an important thing, Yang Chen certainly had to be cautious. Although there was no Yuanying stage cultivation base, the real integration of the natal magic treasure and oneself still depended on the spiritual awareness. To complete the most basic spiritual awareness tempering, Yang Chen needed to immerse the sword scabbard in the bloody river in his sea of consciousness for decades to be able to complete the initial completion. This also meant that the bloody river in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, in these decades, if there was no accident, it would not be able to use the power of the bloody river to attack. Unless the enemy's attack was like Wen Qian and the others, and took the initiative to enter Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The last attack by Wen Qian and her disciples made Yang Chen realize that since his rebirth, he had neglected a lot of aspects, especially in terms of vigilance. He always thought that by virtue of having a bloody river that no one in this world could match, he did not put anyone in his eyes. This was a very dangerous thing. Not to mention Wen Qian, under Guan Yuing's last shout, if Guan Yuing was not holding a little punishment at that time, but the mentality of killing, Yang Chen might have been killed in a face-to-face encounter. Where would he have the opportunity to control Guan Yuing later? It was one thing to be vigilant, but it was another thing to completely stop relying on it first, and then let himself form that kind of instinctive reaction. Yang Chen would rather start to develop this habit when facing those possible low-level enemies from now on, than think of sharpening his spear when facing a powerful enemy after ascending. While losing his dependence, he could also refine his natal magic treasure. Such an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, Yang Chen would not miss it. While giving up his ultimate dependence, it also meant that Yang Chen must have a new life-saving means. It just so happened that the blood demon vine provided this convenience. The powerful demon vine that could trap Elder Hua wanting for hundreds of years could at least give Yang Chen a glimmer of life when facing a strong enemy. Below the Yuanying stage, as long as Yang Chen could be vigilant in time, he could have a chance to escape. As for the more powerful masters, if the real master of the Daching stage wanted to kill Yang Chen, even if Yang Chen had the Bloody River, it would be useless. Yang Chen could not always be ready to erupt the Bloody River to deter the world. Who knows when someone could make Yang Chen disappear with a blow? Yang Chen was also looking forward to it now. How powerful would the flying sword tempered by the sea of consciousness cultivated by the three purities secret art and the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage be? Of course, with a spiritual object like the blood demon vine, Yang Chen would never waste it. During his time as a disciple, Yang Chen could refine the main vine and a small section of the main root of the blood demon vine into a sword embryo of the second wood flying sword. This flying sword made of the sword embryo would be one of the sword souls of the immortal beheading blade. The powerful blood-sucking ability of the blood demon vine would become the biggest feature of this flying sword and the most frightening power. When this flying sword was formed, the immortal beheading blade would have a terrifying ability that even the masters of the Yuanying stage and Daching stage would be intimidated. If he could kill a few earth immortals and absorb their flesh and blood after ascending to the spiritual world, the flying sword would grow into a terrifying weapon that would shock even the immortals. Chapter 285. The last time Yang Chen planted the Penglai divine wood in the medicine garden, the space of the medicine garden even underwent tremendous changes. But after planting the blood phantom vine, there was no obvious change, which made Yang Chen confused for a while. But later, Yang Chen understood that the original bottle medicine garden was mostly planted with herbaceous second wood plants. It was the world of second wood species. Even if it was a second wood species divine object, it would not cause a qualitative change for the time being. However, with the blood phantom vine, Yang Chen's bottle medicine garden was as safe as Mount Tai even without the protection of the dome sword formation. Before knowing how to deal with the blood phantom vine, no one could break into the medicine garden and be safe and sound. Planting the blood phantom vine was equivalent to having a natural bodyguard. Even if it was Yang Chen, if he wanted to enter the medicine garden now, he had to be prepared to prevent being hurt by the blood phantom vine. With the characteristics of the blood phantom vine, even the Qiankuan bag could not trap it. If Yang Chen didn't use the right method to trap it in the scope of the medicine garden, maybe the blood phantom vine would have already rushed out of the medicine garden and killed in Chunyang Palace. The only thing that made Yang Chen regret was that it was too difficult for the blood phantom vine to upgrade, and the blood of non-masters could not be used. Fortunately, now his blood phantom vine has tasted the blood of a quasi-Daching stage master for hundreds of years. Although it is not yet mature, it has barely passed the most vulnerable period of the juvenile period, enough to protect itself in this world. However, if this blood phantom vine wanted to upgrade again, it must suck the blood of a master with a higher cultivation base than Elder Hua wanting at the time. That meant that there must be a master of the Daching stage whose blood was sucked by the blood phantom vine. Now, Yang Chen did not expect the blood phantom vine to be able to upgrade at all. Carefully entering the medicine garden, Yang Chen walked to the side of the blood phantom vine plant and began to prepare to refine the blood phantom vine. This refining was not to directly turn the blood phantom vine into a flying sword, but to mark the blood phantom vine with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint, so that the blood phantom vine recognized Yang Chen as its master, no longer shoot at Yang Chen, and from then on obey Yang Chen's orders. The refinement process was done very carefully. Even Yang Chen was well prepared. The blood demon vine itself was highly toxic. Yang Chen controlled the medicine garden to temporarily seal this area, so that the poison would not affect other medicinal materials in the medicine garden. He even smeared the antidote all over his body before approaching, as if he was treading on thin ice. It was impossible to refine the blood demon vine without contact. Under normal circumstances, with Yang Chen's early foundation stage cultivation base, as soon as he touched it, he would immediately be sucked into a human by the blood demon vine. Yang Chen had to rely on the methods he knew to deal with the blood demon vine in his previous life. He smeared a thick layer of the medicine to restrain the blood demon vine on his hands and became like a glove before he dared to touch it. Because of the restraint of Yang Chen's medicine, the blood demon vine looked very dispirited. This also made it easier for Yang Chen to subdue it. The powerful spiritual awareness instantly passed through the vines of the blood demon vine and rushed into the plant of the blood demon vine. Suddenly, in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, there was a shadow of a ferocious blood demon vine. The blood-colored vine was like a living poisonous snake, raging wildly in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, in addition to the bloody river, there was the shadow of the Penglai divine wood, the sun true fire and the earth core fire, plus the bridge built by the fifth earth layer and the green ox horns. These things, no matter which one was taken out, it was impossible for the blood demon vine to hurt it. No matter how crazy the vines of the blood demon vine were, as long as it touched anything in the sea of consciousness, it would be ejected. Soon, the blood-colored vine found that the towering giant Penglai divine would had no harm at all when it entangled it, but when it touched the sun true fire and the earth core fire, it would be hurt. The only acceptable thing seemed to be the fifth earth layer. The fifth earth layer was the favorite place for wood-attributed plants to take root. The phantom of the blood demon vine soon discovered this, and quickly put its roots in the fifth earth layer, and then began to try to attack the huge ox-horn bridge. Yang Chen has been controlling everything in the sea of consciousness and observing everything. The blood demon vine wrapped the horns, but found that the two horns were empty, there was no blood for it to suck at all. In the end, the blood demon vine concentrated all the vines in the bloody river. The bloody river was also the closest thing to blood, but it was the most instinctive thing for the blood demon vine. At the last step, the blood demon vine, who did not give up, directly controlled a small vine into the blood river. The phantom of the blood demon vine in the sea of consciousness, at the moment when the vines touched the blood river, suddenly all withered, trembled violently, and almost broke. The vine could not be pulled out of the blood river in any case. The violent trembling lasted for a while, and Yang Chen felt a strong will to subdue. With a move of his mind, the blood river immediately released the vines, and the phantom of the blood demon vine instantly retracted the vines, and the plant shrank into a ball and did not dare to move. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness directly penetrated into the phantom, and then, with a slight move, the vines of the blood demon vine began to wave wildly in the sea of consciousness. Everything was as Yang Chen's will, and finally, under the control of Yang Chen, the blood demon vine wrapped the vines around the main trunk of the Penglai divine wood. The combination of yin and yang was the right way. At this step, Yang Chen opened his eyes. The blood demon vine in front of him already had an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Yang Chen tried to move his mind, and a vine immediately popped out like a snake, and lightly circled around Yang Chen, but it never touched Yang Chen. At this point, Yang Chen was considered to have subdued the blood demon vine, walked out of the medicine garden, pinched his fingers. Everything in his sea of consciousness was almost only a matter of time, but outside it has been a full 2 months. It seemed that the timing was just right, and it coincided with the time of the guidance arranged by Yang Chen. Fortunately, Yang Chen's guidance was adequate last time, and before that, Yang Chen had been to the Nine Earth Villa and the Yishuo Villa once, so there were not too many people who needed guidance. This time, after Yang Chen routinely gave guidance to the disciples, he was idle again. Speaking of which, Yang Chen, the training disciple, was the most relaxed one among the previous training disciples. His detailed guidance directly allowed those who had a foundation to cultivate to not worry about encountering bigger problems for at least half a year or even a year. Relatively speaking, it seemed that Yang Chen, the training disciple, was a bit idle. However, this was exactly the effect that Yang Chen wanted. Passing on power was passing on power, but his own cultivation could not fall behind. The current state was the most ideal state. Chapter 286. After subduing the blood phantom vine, Yang Chen was not particularly anxious to refine the Blood Phantom Vine Sword embryo, but started another thing that had been planned in the Blue Cloud sect, to upgrade his second wood spirit power. The Blood Phantom Vine was almost the purest second wood plant, almost comparable to the Penglai divine wood of the first wood, otherwise Yang Chen would not take pains to use the Blood Phantom Vine as his second wood flying sword. The first wood spirit power has been transformed into the spirit power of the Penglai divine wood. Of course, Yang Chen will also become the spirit power of the Blood Phantom Vine, so that when he uses the Blood Phantom Vine flying sword in the future, it will be more compatible. Yang Chen has already done such a thing once. The last time he used the main root of the Penglai divine wood to add it to the foundation building pill. This time, Yang Chen chose the same method. With the experience of refining the third-grade first wood foundation building pill last time, Yang Chen was much more relaxed this time. However, there was only one Blood Phantom Vine, which could not be compared with a forest of Penglai divine wood. Yang Chen could only use the vines of the Blood Phantom Vine as medicine. This time, it only took Yang Chen a month to refine the foundation building pill. After all, Yang Chen had already built the foundation building stage. What he wanted was just a change in spirit power. He didn't need a third-grade medicinal pill of such high quality, as long as the first-grade medicinal pill was enough. After building the foundation, many things were much simpler. Before there was no foundation building, it would take a long time before building the foundation. After building the foundation, it only took a short time. After taking this second wood foundation building pill, the second wood spirit power in Yang Chen's body began its first transformation, from the ordinary second wood spirit power to the more advanced Blood Phantom Vine spirit power. This process was slow and stable. After Yang Chen had experienced the first wood spirit power transformation and the fifth earth true essence transformation, after Yang Chen had subdued the Blood Phantom Vine body, there would be no problem at all. In less than 10 days, Yang Chen has successfully transformed his second wood spirit power into Blood Demon Vine spirit power. At the moment when the second wood spirit power was successfully transformed, the Blood Phantom Vine in the Sea of Consciousness began to really condense into a real object, and it was no longer in a state that could not be touched at all. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness expanded once again. However, the expansion this time was not large. It was only about 50% larger than before, but it had already expanded Yang Chen's Sea of Consciousness to a radius of 100 acres. The Penglai Divine would also seemed to grow vigorously again because of the harmony of yin and yang. The giant pillar supporting the sky was taller, and even the sky of the Sea of Consciousness seemed to be higher. His spiritual awareness, which had already reached the peak of the Jedan stage, seemed to have advanced by leaps and bounds after this change, breaking through countless obstacles all the way and directly rushed to the early Yuanying stage. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Even Yang Chen did not think that one day he could have the powerful spiritual awareness of the early Yuanying stage when he was in the early foundation stage. The power of the three purities secret art made Yang Chen have a new definition of the strength of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. His spiritual awareness entered the Yuanying stage, and Yang Chen seemed to have suddenly entered a new world. In this world, although Yang Chen had entered it in his previous life, it was not as clear and diverse as it was now. At least the complexity of the Sea of Consciousness was already unmatched by Yang Chen's previous life, even if he reached the great principal golden immortal level. After this transformation, the second wood spirit power was almost reduced by 2/3, leaving only 1/3, but the quality had a crazy improvement. Yang Chen consumed 2 profound yang fruits, and after all the spiritual power was filled, he stopped. Everything seemed to be in Yang Chen's plan, and the life of the disciple was calm and orderly. There was no pressure for Yang Chen to instruct the outer sect disciples, and it did not delay Yang Chen's cultivation. After the transformation of the second wood spirit power, Yang Chen once again instructed the outer sect disciples, and then welcomed 2 special guests. The people who came to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa to find Yang Chen were 2 old friends of the Hall of Eccentrics, who had recently become famous in Chunyang Palace. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo did not know where they went with the head of the palace. Almost half a year after Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace, they appeared in front of Yang Chen. "You are really leisurely." Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were happy. It seemed that they had a good time during this time. After meeting, Shi Kuei said such a sentence. How can the two granduncles have time to come over? Yang Chen was also full of smiles and greeted the two. Because the two guys had a Yuanying stage cultivation base, they were directly promoted to elders by the head of the palace. In terms of seniority, they were the same generation as the head of the palace and Wang Yong, so Yang Chen could only call them granduncles. What bullshit granduncles, don't give us this. When they heard Yang Chen actually call them this way, the faces of the two guys immediately drooped. Presumably, the most uncomfortable point in the sect included this complicated relationship of seniority, which made the two guys who had always been free very uncomfortable. After venting their frustrations, the two of them finally stated their intentions for coming here. During this time, the two of them had been under the guidance of the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace, looking at some things about refining and alchemy. Although they understood a lot, after all, the things collected by Chunyang Palace were for cultivators to cultivate, not for the monsters, and there were still many things that they could not understand. After thinking about it, they could only come to Yang Chen. Coincidentally, the two wanted to sacrificial refine their life source magic weapons. Speaking of it, the monsters usually would sacrificial refine a part of their original body as a life source magic weapon, and Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were no exception. Shi Kuei chose the 4 poisonous fangs in his mouth, and Xie Shuo chose the scorpion tail stinger. The monsters would instinctively temper the strongest part of their bodies as their own instinctive magic weapons, but this method was too primitive. After seeing the refining techniques of the cultivators, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo also began to have new ideas. Their life source magic weapons could not be as rough as before. Instinctively, the two thought of Yang Chen. There were countless secrets that people could not figure out on Yang Chen, but Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo did not tell others. They just found a free time and went to Yang Chen's side to discuss this with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was happy to discuss this with the two guys. This would be part of the powerful combat power of Chunyang Palace in the future. Yang Chen hoped that Chunyang Palace would be stronger. Intentionally or unintentionally, he began to point out some of the things he knew. The two nascent soul seniors directly stayed in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. When they had nothing to do, they would discuss refining with Yang Chen. There were many directions that Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo had never thought of before. After this discussion, both of them suddenly felt enlightened. The concept of refining began to become clearer day by day. On a certain day when everyone was discussing in full swing, Shanghai Feng suddenly rushed into the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Yang Chen, just now Martial Uncle Wang Yong suddenly left. He left a message for me to inform you. When Shanghai Feng saw Yang Chen, he immediately said anxiously, he said that your master was attacked and injured. He has already rushed over to help. As soon as Shanghai Feng's voice fell, he suddenly felt a chill and his whole body shivered. Chapter 287. Not only Shanghai Feng, but even Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo next to him felt the same chill, as if they were suddenly in a world of ice and snow, making people shiver uncontrollably. The source of the chill, everyone found out, was on Yang Chen. But soon the three of them understood that this was not a chill, but a murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura made the three of them feel cold all over. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were a little better, but Shanghai Feng directly began to make the sound of his teeth trembling. Xie Shuo found something wrong on the spot and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? It's not Shangguan Shong's master." The murderous aura suddenly disappeared, but Yang Chen still had a cold face and said to Shanghai Feng, "I'm sorry, senior brother Shangguan, I lost my composure a little. Do you know who did it?" Shanghai Feng was still in shock. The scene just now scared him to death, as if he was facing a ferocious god of death. Fortunately, Yang Chen stopped in time, otherwise Shanghai Feng might make a fool of himself on the spot. If the three of them knew that Yang Chen's bloody river had been completely used to soak and temper the immortal beheading blade, and the killing intent released was only 1% at most, who knew how they would feel? "I don't know yet." Shanghai Feng shook his head and replied with a lingering fear, "Martial Uncle Master was in a hurry when he left, he didn't say much, he just asked me to tell you." As he said this, as if he remembered something, Shanghai Feng took out a compass. "This is what Martial Uncle Master left for you, saying that this can be used to find Martial Uncle Master himself." Yang Chen grabbed the compass and took it over to look at it carefully. He immediately understood that this was a compass to check something on Wang Yong's body, which was probably also a Qianquan bag. He immediately understood in his heart. Wang Yong certainly did not know who hurt Gaou, but Gaou must have a magic weapon on her. When she was in danger, as long as it was activated, it could notify Wang Yong himself. This was a relatively brilliant method of warning, but only nascent soul experts could refine it. But Yang Chen was also very anxious. The warning of serious injuries indicated that they had been attacked by a powerful force. He didn't know where Gaou was. If Wang Yong couldn't catch up, maybe there would be serious consequences. Wang Yong left in a hurry, presumably for this reason. Thinking of this, Yang Chen could not stay any longer. He stood up and was about to rush out. But after thinking for a while, he stopped and suddenly turned around to ask, "The two of you, come with me." Shi Kuei's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" "Kill." Yang Chen did not hide his murderous aura at all as he said to the two. "Junior brother Yang." Shangguan Feng was shocked. He didn't want to see Yang Chen kill his way over like that. In particular, he also brought Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, two masters of the Hall of Eccentrics in Yuanying Realm. Once something happened, Chunyang Palace might be in big trouble. "Senior brother Shangguan, don't stop me." As soon as Shangguan Feng opened his mouth, Yang Chen knew what he wanted to say. "They dare to hurt my master. Even the King of Heaven can't save them. Why do you think the Grandmaster asked you to inform me?" Shangguan Feng was stunned, and then he could no longer speak. Wang Yong's arrangement did have some meaning. Otherwise, he, a master of the Yuanying realm, was enough. Why did he ask him to inform Yang Chen? "Senior brother, help me stay here for a few months. I will be back soon." Yang Chen reached out and pulled Shangguan Feng to his seat. Then he gestured to Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo and turned away. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo joined Chunyang Palace in the past 2 years. They followed the rules, but they were also quite depressed. When they were monsters, they were free. As long as the strength did not exceed them, they could kill them if they wanted to. After holding back for 2 years, when Yang Chen mentioned taking them to kill people, they immediately followed him without saying a word. "Junior brother Yang, be careful." Shangguan Feng knew that there was no way to stop Yang Chen. He could only let him be careful. Yang Chen did not look back. He waved his hand behind him and disappeared directly at the door. Only Shangguan Feng was left in the room of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. He sighed. He didn't know if Grandmaster Wang Yong asked him to inform Yang Chen was right or wrong. His master was seriously injured, and he hadn't been found yet. Yang Chen didn't care much. He directly summoned the shuttle, and then took Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo up. The shuttle drew a dazzling light in the air and disappeared in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa in an instant. Holding the compass given by Grandmaster Wang Yong in his hand, Yang Chen began to adjust the direction. He had been leisurely in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa for the past few months. He didn't know where Gaou went to collect materials. Now that he followed Wang Yong's compass, he discovered that Gaou's direction was very likely to be the southern wasteland's 100,000 mountain range. Originally, he thought that Gaou was simply buying materials through the Rui shop, but after discovering that Gaou might have gone to the 100,000 mountain range, Yang Chen understood that it wasn't that simple. The 100,000 mountain range went deep into the southern wasteland, far away from the living area of ordinary people. Even the most savage savages would find it difficult to establish a foothold there. In the 100,000 mountain range, demon beasts were everywhere. Except for cultivators, almost no one set foot there. However, this savage place was extremely rich in resources. Because it was inaccessible, countless heavenly treasures were bred and grown here. Similarly, there were also extremely rich mineral deposits underground. Many high-level refining materials came from the 100,000 mountain range. Gaou presumably also wanted to find some materials, so she came to this place. There were many cultivators and demon beasts here. Not only righteous cultivators, even demonic cultivators often appeared here. It could be said that the southern wasteland's 100,000 mountain range was simply the most unruly place. Everything was decided by strength. There was no reason, survival was the most important reason. Between the cultivators, between the righteous and evil, between the demon beasts, there were so many battles that no one would pay attention to them. Everything that happened here had nothing to do with any sects or forces. Everyone did whatever they wanted without the slightest scruple. It was also a dangerous place for all kinds of cultivators to hone their life and death experiences. In his heart, he was extremely anxious. Yang Chen even had some regrets. How could he only think about the warmth of being able to get the bright ray sword, but neglect the great danger that Gaou had to take? He couldn't help but urge the shuttle to the extreme. It was almost as fast as lightning to follow the footsteps of Wang Yong. When Gaou refined the bright ray sword in his previous life, it was not so laborious. It could be assumed that the arrival of Yang Chen in this life had changed a lot of things. Yang Chen constantly prayed in his heart that nothing bad would happen to his master. Serious injuries were serious injuries. As long as there was still a glimmer of life, Yang Chen was sure that he could pull her back from the line of life and death. The more anxious he was, the calmer Yang Chen became. Chapter 288. The 100,000 Mountains was not like the immortal falling abyss, where there was still Wu Xiong. Without Elder Wu Xiong, there would be other elders to take over. The 100,000 Mountains was not like this at all. It was simply a place where the fist was bigger. If he wanted to get justice for Gaou being injured, there was no other possibility except to be more ruthless than the enemy. Even with the speed of Yang Chen's shuttle, it would take at least a month to get to the 100,000 Mountains from Chunyang Palace. Wang Yong didn't know what good flying sword he had in his hand. He walked half a day earlier, but he was always ahead of Yang Chen and could not catch up. However, this also made Yang Chen feel a little relieved. The faster Wang Yong's speed, the greater the possibility of catching up with Gaou. Yang Chen could only pray that Gaou was only injured and not killed. Otherwise, even if the immortal beheading blade was destroyed, Yang Chen would wash the 100,000 Mountains with blood. When Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were still wondering about the speed of the shuttle, Yang Chen was thinking about whether the 2 Yuanying stage demon beastmasters were enough. After the past, no one knew what would happen. Yang Chen didn't want his revenge to fail, but to get himself killed. The blood demon vine was already under his command. Speaking of it, it could match a Yuanying stage master, but Yang Chen didn't mind having a few more helpers. The bloody river in the sea of consciousness could not be used. After thinking about it, Yang Chen could only have the idea of Wen Qian and her apprentices in the Medicine Garden Dome Palace. 6 people, 1 in the middle Yuanying stage, 5 in the middle Jedan stage. The strength of the 5 apprentices was very average. Originally, when they were in the Blue Cloud sect, they were also powerful characters. Unfortunately, they have now become idiots. Idiots are idiots, but the 6 people have only lost all their active consciousness, some deep-rooted memories are still there, and even the instinct of cultivation is still there. During the days when Yang Chen ignored them in the dome, the 6 people sat motionless in the dome hall and silently practiced their most important cultivation method. This was a little hypnosis in Yang Chen's God-shaking art. It made them only have one thought in their minds. Before Yang Chen summoned them, they could only cultivate and nothing else. But now, Yang Chen needed their strength. Now that the 6 experts had lost their consciousness, other than killing them, Yang Chen could only refine them into puppets. However, Yang Chen hoped that they would be different from ordinary puppets. He hoped that they would not have an active consciousness, but at other times, they would still be exactly the same as ordinary cultivators. This also meant that they could become more advanced puppets than ordinary puppets. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe them as loyal slaves. The method Yang Chen used was not to erase all of their minds, but to make them only listen to Yang Chen's orders and work for Yang Chen without any distractions. There were no worries, no fears, no problems that needed to be considered, only slaves that followed Yang Chen's orders. Speaking of it, the effect of the 6 people's cultivation during this period of time was much better than the effect of 6 people's seclusion at the same time. Not to mention anything else, it was the most difficult thing for a normal cultivator to achieve in the process of cultivation. Now, the 6 of them did not have to worry about any inner demons during their cultivation process, much less things like breaking through to the next realm. As they focused, their cultivation techniques flowed more smoothly than before, and their cultivation base also improved slightly. What Yang Chen had to do now was to make a few people completely his loyal slave puppets. This required a special technique and a strong spiritual awareness. Wen Qian was now simply hypnotized by Yang Chen, but she was in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. If she wanted to command her like a finger, Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness could not reach it. However, the 5 apprentices of Wen Qian were all in the middle stage of the Jedan stage. With the strength of Yang Chen's current early Yuanying stage spiritual awareness, it was enough for him to complete the control of the 5 Jedan stage masters. This kind of control was to plant Yang Chen's special spiritual awareness mark in the sea of consciousness of the 5 people, and then achieve the purpose of controlling the 5 people's bodies. Only Yang Chen, a person with an unusually strong spiritual awareness, could really control several people at the same time. The 5 female apprentices, including Wen Qian, were all of the metal attribute, and it was most suitable to cultivate in the dome of the medicine garden. Through the dome of the medicine garden, when Yang Chen performed the technique, he would not let Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo see anything wrong. Because there was no need to refine the target's whole body, just the control of the spiritual awareness, the person was still the original living person, plus the 5 people had already lost their sanity, the difficulty was even lower. On the way, Yang Chen did not enter the dome hall, just holding the bottle cap of the bottle in his hand. It took less than 20 days and he had already completed the complete control of the 5 women. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were beside Yang Chen, but they just thought that Yang Chen was sacrificially refining the bottle cap in his own way, and did not know what was happening inside. The 5 metal attribute Jedan stage masters had a balanced cultivation base, which was just right for a formation in Yang Chen's mind, the 5 directions mysterious fairy formation. The 5 people's formation, according to the position of the 5 worlds, could erupt with a more powerful attack power than the 5 people combined. However, the formation of the 5 women was definitely one of Yang Chen's tricks. After Yang Chen trapped the 5 people, he never had a chance to change their appearance. As long as they showed up, they might fall into the eyes of everyone. Unless it was a last resort, Yang Chen would not use them, just like he would not easily use the bloody river. For the next few days, Yang Chen and the 2 monsters spent the journey in silence. Along the way, Yang Chen's expression was very calm, but Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were both ruthless characters who killed people. Naturally, they could feel the kind of suppressed storm contained in Yang Chen's calmness. He was afraid that once he got bad news, Yang Chen would definitely start a massacre. I don't know why, even if Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were already masters of the Yuanying stage, they still had a little fear of Yang Chen. This was the instinct of the monsters, and it had nothing to do with the cultivation base. Even they couldn't say why. It seemed that Wang Yong's figure finally stopped moving and stopped somewhere. Under Yang Chen's great joy, he controlled the shuttle and quickly approached it. The 2 sides were originally less than a day's journey. Yang Chen only spent half a day more and found that the pointer of the compass trembled, showing that Wang Yong's figure was nearby. Brush, the shuttle was directly taken back by Yang Chen, and the figures of the 3 people immediately appeared out of thin air. After being bored for nearly a month, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were already bored and began to move their hands and feet frantically. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness opened wildly, and the spiritual awareness threads were thrown in all directions in an instant, feeling the surrounding situation. Soon after, his figure shook and he found the location of his master ancestor Wang Yong. Together with Wang Yong's figure, it was his master Gaou, who Yang Chen had long been familiar with. At this moment, Gaou was lying between Wang Yong's hands, and her hands and feet were hanging softly. If there was no breath in her mouth and nose, Yang Chen might suspect that she had died. Aware of this situation, Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. His master was still alive, then everything was fine. Chapter 289. Hey! Wang Yong, who had just found Gaou and stabilized her injury, was surprised and found the figure of Yang Chen. He thought that Yang Chen would meet him on the way back a few days later, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to come so fast. However, Yang Chen has always had extraordinary performance, and this is nothing. How is master? Yang Chen rushed directly to Wang Yong's side at the speed of a sprint, anxiously looking at Gaou in Wang Yong's arms. Gaou's hands and feet were hanging down at the moment, Her face was pale, and there was almost no anger. She was seriously injured, ate a life-saving medicinal pill, and has been holding on until now. Wang Yong was also good at refining, but he was not proficient in alchemy. In the face of Gao Yu's injury, he was almost at a loss. Eat this. Yang Chen took out a medicinal pill directly without thinking about it and was about to send it into Gao Yu's mouth, but Gao Yu was already unconscious at this time. How could she consciously swallow the medicinal pill? This is. Wang Yong looked at the medicinal pill and felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. He couldn't help but ask. He was not worried that Yang Chen would harm Gao Yu, but he was afraid that this medicinal pill would not work. Ganoderma Haolu pill. Yang Chen's answer made Wang Yong overjoyed. Ganoderma Haolu pill was a healing medicine. It used the Millennium Ganoderma and the 10,000 years Jade Dew as the main medicine. Any injury below the Yuanying stage could be quickly recovered. However, now Gao Yu was unconscious, and there was no way to feed the medicinal pill into it. Yang Chen was anxious and turned his head and looked around. In addition to himself, there was Wang Yong, Shi Kuei, and Xie Shuo. There was no one to help. After thinking about it, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and put the Ganoderma Haolu pill into his mouth. Regardless of the master and disciple, he directly held Gao Yu's head and put the pill in his mouth. The Lingji mushroom jade pill melted in his mouth and turned into a liquid in Yang Chen's mouth. Yang Chen slowly poured it into Gao Yu's mouth, then gently massaged Gao Yu's throat. With a slight force, a mouthful of saliva flowed along Gao Yu's throat and slowly entered her stomach. Wang Yong was at the side, but when he saw Yang Chen's actions, he didn't stop him at all. At this time, saving a life was more important. How could he care about the other trifles? Even if this was a little out of line, he couldn't care less. Moreover, among the people present, Yang Chen was the most suitable. They couldn't let Wang Yong Shi, Kuei Xie Shuo do this. Yang Chen would be the first to disagree. The pill was very effective. When it entered Gao Yu's stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current that began to heal Gao Yu's injuries. Gao Yu's face also looked much rosier. Who did it? Seeing the effect of the pill, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to ask about Gao Yu's situation. In the face of his master ancestor Wang Yong, Yang Chen couldn't be too arrogant, just asked in a calm tone. I don't know. Wang Yong shook his head, and his eyes were also filled with irrepressible anger. When I came over, little you had already hidden in a hole in the ground over there. However, the injuries on her body are very complicated. A lot of people fought. The most serious injury is the back injury. It may be a sneak attack from the other party. Listening to Wang Yong's words, Yang Chen also began to carefully check the injuries on Gao Yu's body. As his spiritual awareness swept over, he suddenly became furious. On Gao Yu's body, there were at least 8 serious injuries. Her arm was broken, and one of her legs was broken. At this moment, Wang Yong had fixed and sorted out the injuries, but the other injuries were almost fatal. Obviously, the other party simply wanted to kill and did not intend to keep Gao Yu's life. If Gao Yu hadn't taken a life-saving pill made from the best old mountain ginseng given by Yang Chen in time, she wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Even so, Gao Yu's injuries were precarious. If Wang Yong and Yang Chen had come a little later by a day or two, they might not have been able to save the situation. Before, Chu Heng just scolded Gao Yu in passing, and Yang Chen was already furious. Now someone dared to hurt Gao Yu to such an extent. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't be tolerated? What Yang Chen couldn't accept most was that Gao Yu came to the 100,000 mountains in order to refine the flying sword for Yang Chen because of the lack of materials. Because of Yang Chen, she suffered such a serious injury. How could Yang Chen not be angry? Master Ancestor, what materials is Master looking for here? Yang Chen forcibly suppressed his great anger and asked Wang Yong. Red Sun Iron Soul. Wang Yong was also not calm, but he still told the name of the material to Yang Chen. Little you intends to refine a good fire attribute flying sword for you. She lacks the Red Sun Iron Soul. This thing can only be found in the 100,000 mountains, so she rushed over. I didn't expect to be plotted against. Since taking the Ganoderma Haolu pill, Gaou's complexion had obviously improved a lot. The injuries on her body were also slowly alleviating, and she seemed to be in good condition. However, it was impossible to heal such a serious injury immediately. It would take at least half a year to recuperate. Master's Chenkuan bag was taken away. Yang Chen took a closer look and noticed that the Chenkuan bag on Gaou had disappeared. Wang Yong would definitely not embezzle Gaou's Chenkuan bag. The only explanation was that it was taken away. Little Yu's magic weapon now is only the natal flying sword and the 7 birds feather coat on her body. The 7 birds feather coat has been destroyed. If it weren't for the pearl on her clothes, I wouldn't have been able to find her. Wang Yong suppressed his anger and looked at Gaou's unconscious but still showing a little pain on her face. He said angrily, "It's a great fortune in misfortune. She escaped here and launched a distress signal. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was indeed a great fortune in misfortune. Otherwise, Yang Chen and Wang Yong could only wait for the news of Gaou's death. Stealing the Chenkuan bag means that there is something that someone wants." Yang Chen analyzed coldly, "Whoever dares to touch my master, no matter who it is, I will let them die without a burial place. Yang Chen, you take little Yu back to Chunyang Palace. I want to check here again. Which bastard dares to touch my disciple?" Wang Yong was also a hot-tempered person. Shielding was almost the tradition of his family. Gaou was hurt like this, it would be strange if Wang Yong could bear it. "Master Ancestor, this disciple thinks that it is more appropriate for you to take Master back." Yang Chen shook his head and directly rejected Wang Yong's suggestion. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Wang Yong had already glared directly. It seemed that if Yang Chen did not give a reasonable explanation, he would not be polite to Yang Chen. "You are a Yuanying stage ancestor. Even if those people did it, who dares to admit it in front of you?" Yang Chen said slowly, "This disciple is different. I am just a younger generation in the foundation establishment stage. Presumably, someone will never be afraid to admit it in front of this disciple. Anyway, they will definitely kill. This disciple would like to see which bastard dares to hurt Master." Chapter 290. The Grandmaster was like this, and so was the Grand Disciple. Once they spoke, they would see which bastard dared to hurt people. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo wanted to laugh. Fortunately, both of them knew the current situation, and no one laughed out loud. Wang Yong groaned. What Yang Chen said was the truth. Seeing him, a Yuanying stage ancestor, who would be stupid enough to admit that they had attacked his apprentice? On the contrary, Yang Chen, the younger generation, might be able to deceive some people into underestimating him. Maybe he could find out who did it. After a while, Wang Yong finally nodded and approved Yang Chen's statement. "Well, I will take little Yu back, you should be careful here." As he said, he took out a few ball-like things from the Chenkuan bag and gave them to Yang Chen. "These are a few fire thunder beads that I refined. They are very lethal. Use them when necessary, don't save them." Yang Chen reached out and took it, but handed over a small jade bottle in turn. "Grandmaster, this is a bottle of Lingji mushroom jade pill. Give it to Master every 5 days, and the injury can be better." Both of them cared about Gaou, and no one was polite, so they accepted each other. Then Wang Yong looked at Yang Chen, and looked at Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo next to Yang Chen, and he was relieved about Yang Chen. There were 2 Yuanying stage monsters following them, and these 2 guys were masters who were good at hiding their whereabouts. There should not be too much problem. "Find the culprit, no matter what his background is, kill him for me," Wang Yong said with hatred. "No matter how big it is, I will bear it. If he dares to touch little Yu, I will kill his whole family. Grandmaster, take care." Yang Chen nodded, and then watched Wang Yong leave with Gaou. It was not until Wang Yong's figure could no longer be seen in the air that Yang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. Master was fine, and Wang Yong took him back, so it should be safe enough on the way. As long as he returned to Chunyang Palace, there would be no danger, as long as he could rest in peace. But Gaou was seriously injured in a sneak attack, and this matter could not be over. In the innumerable huge mountains, everyone used their own means. It was either you die or I live, but when it came to Gaou, Yang Chen could not tolerate it, especially when Gao Yu was looking for suitable refining materials for himself. The place where Wang Yong came out was a hole that had been dug. Gao Yu must have been hiding inside. Yang Chen didn't say anything and directly went in to take a look. That was a naturally formed hole in the ground. No one knew how Gao Yu found it. After being seriously injured, she struggled to escape here. Then, she used her remaining spiritual power to launch a distress signal and cover the hole. Then, she fell into a coma. Yang Chen could still see Gao Yu spitting out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, the blood had seeped into the ground and dyed the soil into a purple-black color. Looking at these, Yang Chen thought of the pain Gao Yu had suffered, and he hated those who did it. However, this was not the place where the attack took place. Except for Gao Yu fleeing here in a hurry, there was no trace of it. He couldn't find any clues from here. After a while, Yang Chen went out of the hole and buried the entire hole. He called Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo and began to leave. "Where are we going?" Xie Shuo asked casually. "Master's Chengkuan bag was robbed, there must be some good things. Let's go around and see where there is a trading market, maybe there will be clues." Yang Chen was angry but not crazy. He just calmly analyzed all the places where he could find clues. Speaking of it, Gao Yu was the safest way to identify the culprit after she woke up, but the other party was obviously sneak attacked from behind. Yang Chen was not sure that Gao Yu knew the identity of the other party. On the contrary, it was easier to get answers from some other aspects. The innumerable huge mountains was not completely a place where the strong preyed on the weak. At least there were a few places that were relatively safe. It was a place where cultivators and demon beasts spontaneously formed to conduct transactions while they were busy killing each other. Because there were various parties involved, everyone agreed that they could not fight in these places, and all grievances had to be resolved outside. These places were the focus of Yang Chen's investigation. As long as he could find some clues, Yang Chen could let Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo communicate with the monsters in the innumerable huge mountains. Maybe they could find the place where the incident happened, and then find the culprit. The two powerful monsters, under Yang Chen's instructions, once again turned into their original forms. A palm-sized sand scorpion and a palm-sized viper were entrenched on Yang Chen's shoulder. They were like the two most ordinary animals. At first glance, others would think that they were Yang Chen's pets, and would not even think that they were monsters. A flying sword also appeared in Yang Chen's hand, which was given to Yang Chen by Wu Xiong after Yang Chen refined the heaven-seizing pill. The grade of the flying sword was very high. In Yang Chen's hands, this was the highest grade flying sword in addition to the guardian sword array of the Medicine Garden Dome. Holding it in the hands of Yang Chen, there was an obvious show-off posture. Yang Chen, a small disciple of the Foundation Establishment stage, actually had a flying sword that was enough for a Yuanying stage master to use. In the eyes of anyone, it was a waste. Those who mingled in the innumerable huge mountains were at least masters of the Jedan stage. Occasionally, there would be a junior who was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, but they were also careful not to show it, for fear of being targeted. There was no one like Yang Chen who was in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment stage and swaggered around with a treasure. Yang Chen did not deliberately look for the whereabouts of the gathering points in the innumerable huge mountains. He just casually found a direction and began to fly on his sword. The flying speed was not fast, but the sword light was released far away, as if he was afraid that others could not see it. Just after flying for less than 2 hours, someone immediately saw the scene on Yang Chen's side, and a seemingly powerful spiritual awareness swept over unscrupulously. Yang Chen ignored it and continued to fly on his own, but the owner of the spiritual awareness could no longer hold back. Whoosh, a sword light flew quickly from a mountainside and flew straight towards Yang Chen. Before the sword light approached, the voice of the owner of the sword light had already come over fellow Daoist. "Please wait." Yang Chen's figure paused in the air, then slowed down and slowly stopped. In the eyes of the person who came, this was clearly a performance that he had not yet fully mastered the flying sword. Seeing this situation, the person who came was even more determined and quickly appeared in front of Yang Chen, but it was a male Jedan stage master. "Fellow Daoist, why are you in such a hurry, where are you going?" There was a smile on the face of the Jedan stage master, looking at Yang Chen like a big bad wolf looking at a delicious lamb. I just want to find someone to ask for directions. On Yang Chen's face, the smile was more abundant than that of the Jedan stage master, and his eyes narrowed almost into a line. It just so happens that fellow Daoist appeared. I wonder if you can give me some advice. Chapter 291. Shiwen Mountains is very dangerous. With a warm smile on his face, the Jedan stage master stretched out his hand directly and grabbed Yang Chen's wrist. He said with a smile, "Didn't your elders remind you?" With a thought, a spiritual power rushed directly into the arm he was holding. The Jedan stage master seemed to have done something that had nothing to do with him. He said calmly, "It is also a kind of happiness to die without knowing anything. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for not knowing how to hide the good things." After saying this, the Jedan stage master's face showed a stunned look. The Foundation stage junior he was looking forward to did not show a hurt look, and there was even no change in his calmness. "Are you going to kill me?" The other party's astonishment was seen in Yang Chen's eyes, and Yang Chen's face also showed a smile. "Then don't blame me." The Jedan stage master was shocked. He was about to let go and leave, but his palm hurt, and then a heart-wrenching pain came. It was too late to let go. Looking down, what he was holding was not Yang Chen's wrist, but a blood-red vine as thick as a wrist. At this moment, tiny thorns grew out of the vines and pierced into his skin. If this was the case, the key was that the thorn that pierced into his hand was spreading along his blood vessels to the whole body. In just a while, it had already drilled through his arm and shoulder and entered his heart. The Jedan stage master was scared to death on the spot. "What is this? It's so evil." Even if you use your ass to think, you can know that what directly drilled into your heart was by no means a nourishing medicine. Just as he tried to force out his spiritual power, he found that his whole body's spiritual power seemed to have been sucked up by this blood-colored vine, and he couldn't lift a trace. The cold sweat that had not appeared for a long time was instantly covered with the forehead of the Jedan stage master. The Jedan stage master looked at the smiling Yang Chen opposite him, as if he was looking at a big demon, so scared. "I only wanted to ask for directions, but since you want me dead, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Yang Chen was still smiling and said, "Now, can I ask you for directions?" In addition to nodding frantically, the Jedan stage master opposite Yang Chen couldn't think of anything else to do. He could only hope that Yang Chen would ask him as soon as possible so that this young master would be satisfied. Perhaps there would be a chance to salvage the situation. In Yang Chen's words just now, there seemed to be a hint of moderation. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. "Where is the nearest market?" Yang Chen took a few steps back, sat on a rock, and asked. "It's about 2 days' journey in that direction." The Jindan stage master did not dare to be negligent. Although his body was still trembling, his finger quickly pointed in a direction. "There is a Jieyun Valley, usually everyone trades there. Did anything happen in the market recently? For example, people snatching treasures and killing people?" Facing a guy who was restrained by him, Yang Chen did not think that he was lucky enough to find the right person at once, so he was not afraid to reveal his purpose. "This kind of thing happens almost every day. It's really not worth paying attention to." The Jedan stage master smiled bitterly, ignoring his already somewhat limp body, and carefully replied, "Do you want to find someone or something? I am more familiar with this place, maybe I can help." Indeed, in the Shiwen Mountains, it was too common to kill people and snatch their treasures. Even between Yang Chen and the Jedan stage master, wasn't it the same play? It was just that the ending was different. "It was really not a big deal here. I want the Red Sun Iron Soul, where can I get it?" In his previous life, Yang Chen only heard of the chaos here, but he had never been here in person. He really didn't expect it to be so blatant here. But this was also good, he could do things without scruples. "Red Sun Iron Soul?" The Jedan stage master frowned and began to think while trembling. After a while, he slapped his head, as if he remembered something, and replied, "I heard that there was an auction of the Red Sun Iron Soul in the market 2 months ago, and it was finally bought by a mysterious woman. If you are interested, you can go to the market and ask." The mysterious woman bought the Red Sun Iron Soul? Yang Chen's heart jumped quickly. Could it be his master? He bought the red sun iron soul, but it was coveted and killed to snatch the treasure. This was probably the case. Which market? Where is it? Yang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked calmly, how do I find the mysterious woman? Not in the Jieyun Valley. The Jedan stage master saw that Yang Chen was interested, and he also had a little more joy of survival. He pointed in another direction and said, this direction, over at the demonic flame valley. There are many beastkin cultivators and demonic cultivators there, and there are many things. But if you don't have super strength, don't go there. Demonic Flame Valley. Yang Chen had firmly remembered the name in his heart. Looking at the Jedan stage master who was now respectful and smiling, his heart moved. Yang Chen suddenly asked again, recently, is there anyone being chased around? Is there anyone looking for someone's whereabouts with great fanfare? The Jedan stage master began to ponder. Yang Chen asked so clearly that it was almost certain that Yang Chen was looking for someone, and he was definitely looking for those who were chased, not the one being chased. Needless to say, it was definitely revenge. However, with Yang Chen's cultivation in the early stage of foundation establishment, it was impossible for him to behave atrociously in the demonic Flame Valley. Just as he was about to persuade a few words, he suddenly realized that his life and death were still in the hands of Yang Chen. He didn't dare to say anything more. He could only rack his brains to recall and look for the news that could bring him more chances of survival. After thinking about it, he couldn't remember any big movements around him recently. He could only shake his head, no. After that, for fear that Yang Chen would make a move, he hurriedly said, are you looking for someone? I can lead the way. You lead the way. Yang Chen sneered and said faintly, we don't know each other, I just ask the way and you want to kill me. Lead the way for me, am I not afraid that you will take me into some devil's den? Spare me. The Jedan stage master had already heard a trace of danger from Yang Chen's mouth and hurriedly begged for mercy. But Yang Chen did not intend to give him a chance. The blood phantom vine that had been inserted into the body of the Jedan stage master suddenly began to suck frantically. There is no injustice, there is no hatred between you and me, you want to take my life, I can't say that I can only offend you. The Jedan stage master only heard the last few words of Yang Chen and fell into the boundless darkness. A Jedan stage master was now not enough for the blood phantom vine. After sucking the flesh and blood of a master of the quasi-darching stage, it was easy to deal with the Jedan stage master. In a moment, the Jedan stage master was left with only a piece of bones. Chapter 292. From here to the Magic Flame Valley, even by flying shuttle, it would take half a month, but Yang Chen used an ordinary flying sword to hurry, this time became a month. The Chenkuan bag of the Jedan Realm Master had been put away by Yang Chen, and the things inside, Yang Chen did not look at it. At this time, Yang Chen was full of anger because of Jiaoyu's injury. How could he pay attention to a little spoil of war? Yang Chen would not completely believe the words of a Jedan Realm Master. He still planned to go to Jieyun Valley first, see the situation here, and then make a plan. Anyway, it was only a 2-day journey, it would not hinder Yang Chen too much. Jieyun Valley was just a small marketplace, in the 100,000 mountains, it was also the closest to the edge. Relatively speaking, it was the place with the most human cultivators, whether it was the Dao cultivators or the Devil cultivators, there were more than the Beast cultivators. The valley was very warm, it seemed that someone had arranged a small rejuvenation array underground. This array did not have much use, it was to ensure that Jieyun Valley could maintain a constant temperature range, whether it was winter or summer. In short, it was spring all year round. There were not many people, but they were uneven. At least Yang Chen saw 3 devil cultivators. One of them was followed by a pitch-black zombie. One had bloodshot eyes, for fear that others could not see that he had killed a lot. Another was a woman, but she was coquettish. In public, she did not hesitate to throw flirtatious eyes, and even when she saw Yang Chen, she smiled a few times. Not far away, there was also a beast cultivator, probably at the peak of the Jedan realm, but he did not hide his demon aura. He sat calmly on the ground and seemed to be breathing. In the other direction, there were 3 masters from the Dao sects. They were also sitting and breathing, not worried about being attacked by others. Although the 100,000 mountains paid attention to the law of the jungle, in these markets, it was strictly prohibited to use force. This was also the supply station for all the cultivators. Everyone strictly abided by the rules. There was no need for a powerful person to preside over the rules. As long as someone broke the rules, all the cultivators would gang up on that person. No one wanted to be the target of public criticism, so they could only abide by the rules. However, when Yang Chen entered the Jieyun Valley, it attracted everyone's attention. The lowest cultivation level that appeared here was at least in the early stage of gold core. There had never been anyone like Yang Chen, who looked like a foundation-building novice. There was no bemoaning the state of the universe or pitying the fate of mankind. It was as if everyone was looking at Yang Chen as if he was their prey. Yang Chen could feel the greed in the eyes of the people around him as he walked through the Broken Cloud Valley. I want to buy some flaming sun iron soul. Where can I find it? Yang Chen did not care about this and walked into the biggest shop in Broken Cloud Valley. He casually pushed out a few kilograms of low-grade spirit stones to the receptionist and asked directly. Although he was just a shop assistant, he was also a master of the peak foundation building realm. Looking at Yang Chen, he looked down at the spirit stones on the table in front of him and shook his head slightly. These are not enough to buy information. Yang Chen did not care. He took out a 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit from the medicine garden and put it on the few kilograms of spirit stones. Seeing the 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit, the shop assistant's eyes lit up, and then there was a complicated look on his face. He looked at Yang Chen with a smile and replied, "A few days ago, I heard that a batch of flaming sun iron soul appeared in the Magic Flame Valley, but it has been bought in the auction house. Is it possible to buy it?" Yang Chen was not surprised by this news. He did not doubt that the Jedan stage master who died in his hands and did not even know his name had the courage to lie under the bondage of the blood phantom vine. He just wanted to know more details. "I am willing to pay a high price." The flying sword used by Yang Chen was originally a high-grade fire attribute flying sword given by Wu Xiong. If it was refined with the flaming sun iron soul, the quality of the flying sword could be raised to a higher level. In this regard, the shop assistant's eyesight was still there, so he did not doubt anything. Flaming sun iron soul is relatively rare. It is difficult to find a piece for decades. If you want it, you probably have to find the buyer. The shop assistant was not in the 100,000 mountains for a day or two. Especially in these markets, his knowledge was not generally broad. He also knew the market very well. He immediately shook his head and gave advice. "I want the news of the buyer. Can you give it to me or help me contact him?" Yang Chen frowned slightly and asked again. "It's not easy." The shop assistant shook his head. The auction house of the 100,000 mountains has always prohibited the disclosure of any information about the buyer and the seller, but... The word "but" aroused Yang Chen's interest, and he hurriedly asked, "But what?" "If you are not in a hurry, you can try to leave a purchase message in the auction house. Once there is something you need, the auction house will inform you immediately." The shop assistant smiled and pointed out a bright path to Yang Chen. "It's just that this kind of purchase has to pay a high price. Of course, if you really need it, you must be willing to pay this price." En. Yang Chen nodded non-committally, then looked up and said, "The last question, is there an auction here these 2 days?" "You came at a bad time." The shop assistant shook his head. Jieyun Valley is very small. On weekdays, everyone just buys some supplies here. The real good things have to go to the big market. Magic Flame Valley has a big auction in the near future. You can try your luck." Yang Chen did not ask anything more, and only gestured for the things on the table to belong to the shop assistant. The shop assistant happily kept the mysterious yang fruit and a few kilograms of spirit stones, then turned around to leave. However, just as he turned around, the shop assistant seemed to have thought of something, and turned back. He smiled and said, "Seeing that it is your first time here, let me remind you. The 100,000 mountains are not like your sect. It is full of danger. If you have any good things, don't put them on the table for others to see. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Thank you for the reminder." Yang Chen was a little surprised that the shop assistant would be so kind. However, since someone reminded him, Yang Chen did not mind thanking him a little. "It seems that you have a sect. If you need anything, it is better to ask your sect elders to help." The shop assistant added, With your cultivation, it is really dangerous here. Listen to my advice, leave the Jieyun Valley now, and use the fastest speed to escape back to your sect. You might still be able to make it. With that, he did not care if Yang Chen listened, and turned to leave without looking back. I can't wait for someone to come knocking on my door. Yang Chen lowered his head and muttered to himself, but other than him, no one else could hear him. Chapter 293. As if to verify Yang Chen's thoughts, not long after Yang Chen left Stop Cloud Valley, he sensed the people surrounding him. Sneering in his heart, Yang Chen continued to control the flying sword and fly forward leisurely. No one noticed that the small snake and scorpion on Yang Chen's body had disappeared without a trace. Xiao, the sound of the flying sword sweeping past forced Yang Chen's body to stop. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were two of the people from the Dao sect in Stop Cloud Valley. He hadn't spoken yet, and there was a burst of laughter behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't even need to turn his head to know that it was the demon sect woman who had been flirting with Yang Chen in the market. While he was in the air, a zombie silently appeared under his feet. It was like a soundless cheetah. Next to the zombie was the demon sect disciple who had been controlling the zombie. On the left, a demonic aura rushed into the sky, while on the right, waves of murderous intent raged. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Yang Chen, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Is everyone here? Yang Chen looked at the people who were slowly approaching him and smiled. This is indeed a good place to kill and rob. Kid, we won't go too far. Leave behind your cosmos sack and flying sword. Scram as far as you can, a Dao sect disciple opposite him said fiercely. What if I don't? Yang Chen looked at the person opposite him calmly and asked slowly. Then you can die. The person's expression changed. As he spoke, he started to make his move. The flying sword in his hand flashed and flew toward Yang Chen. Ding! A clear sound rang between Yang Chen and the person who had spoken. The surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? Just as this thought appeared in their minds, a grey ribbon suddenly appeared in front of them. The long ribbon was like a living thing. It was extremely nimble and instantly wrapped around the flying sword. Upon seeing this scene, the gate of Dao disciple who was wielding the flying sword was shocked. He activated his divine sense and wanted to withdraw his flying sword. However, the long grey belt was unusually flexible and tough. It wrapped around the flying sword, making it unable to move at all. When the others saw that the situation was not good, they all shouted loudly and released their respective magic weapons. However, just as their Dharma treasures left their bodies tightened. When he took a closer look, he saw that a long ribbon of the same color was wrapped around his body. After wrapping around the bodies of these people, the long belt tightened, and they immediately let out blood-curdling screams. In an instant, all of them passed out. No matter what kind of magic treasures they were, they all fell to the ground. Without the control of the owner's divine sense, everything became ownerless. The zombie was originally still moving, but now it was also unable to move after being swept up. Yang Chen just took the flying sword, and his body slowly fell from the air to the ground. The slender ribbon in the air also began to concentrate on Yang Chen's side. The slender ribbon turned into Shi Kuei's body. He had already changed into his original form and turned his body into a thumbthick but thousands of feet long. Those people were caught off guard, and all of them were caught off guard. Shi Kuei was originally very good at concealment, plus his cultivation was far higher than these guys. Those people had been surrounded by Shi Kuei's body, but they were still unaware. The blood phantom vine quickly replaced Shi Kuei's body and entangled a group of guys, even the zombie was no exception. After a while, the group of people woke up under the stimulation of Yang Chen. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. Several people were entangled by the blood phantom vine and were powerless. Listening to Yang Chen's words, all of them felt a chill in their hearts. While speaking, Yang Chen did not forget to communicate with the monster cultivator with his divine sense. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know who you are. Yang Chen continued, I just want to know one thing. He paused for a while, as if to give these people some time to digest and recall, and then continued to ask, I want to know, someone chased a woman a few days ago, It should not be far from here. Who did it? I don't know. Everyone showed a look of anxiousness, and the first to speak was the demonic cultivator with red eyes. Even in such a situation, he did not seem to be afraid. Yang Chen frowned and suddenly found that the blood phantom vine entangled the guy was a little abnormal. Just as he was about to speak, the guy suddenly laughed and his figure rose to the sky. The blood phantom vine entangled him was unknowingly untied by him and even deceived Yang Chen. Just a blood phantom vine, you want to subdue me? My Holocaust sect's blood escape technique is not an undeserved reputation. In the laughter, the whole body of the demonic cultivator turned blood red, like a ray of light, just flashed, and immediately disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The voice of laughter has not yet landed, there was a loud bang, and the bloody figure that had just flown away, flew back at a faster speed than when he left. The person was still in the air, and several vines of the blood phantom vine rolled him up frantically, and the barbs penetrated deeply into the body of the bloody figure. This time, Yang Chen did not give him any chance, and directly launched the blood phantom vine, and began to suck the blood crazily. In just a few breaths, the bloody figure turned into a bloody mummy in front of everyone, and there was no more vitality. I don't like people who don't cooperate. Yang Chen didn't look at the mummy again, but said slowly to the remaining people, who else wants to run, just try. The remaining people all shook their heads, and Yang Chen didn't say much to them. With a thought, the zombie was raised in front of Yang Chen by the blood phantom vine. An iron corpse that has been sacrificially refined for 100 years, ChemPH, the technique is rough and vulnerable. Shaking his head and judging, regardless of how ugly the face of the demonic cultivator who controlled the corpse was, he said directly, "Since you can't speak, I won't keep you." A hissing sound that made people feel sour came from the iron corpse. Everyone looked closely, but found that the iron corpse seemed to be corroded by something highly poisonous, and it began to fester with big holes. The hissing sound was the sound of the zombie being corroded. Not long after, the incomparably stiff iron corpse turned into a pool of pus and flowed on the ground. It even corroded the ground, forming a few sizable pits. Only then did the terrifying hissing sound stop. I won't ask the question twice. Yang Chen faced the remaining guys again. Whoever can tell me the news can live. If you don't know, then unfortunately, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I know some. Please don't kill me. This time, it was the charming witch who spoke. Chapter 294. Under the threat of death, the charming witch in the market was now deathly pale. Her whole body had almost curled up into a ball and was shivering. The words of fear were trembling a little, which inspired a girl's fear to the extreme, making people can't help but want to pity her. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The witch kept saying, I will tell you what I know, I am willing to serve you as a slave, don't kill me. Seeing Yang Chen looking over, the witch's eyes seemed to have a little more desire to survive. The expression of doing anything in order to survive, coupled with her somewhat exposed clothes, coupled with the still charming face that was just frightened, was a living slave for Yang Chen. You dare to show your incompetence in front of me with less than half of the beauty girl magic power? Yang Chen was like a stone heart. Tell me what you know, or die. 2 months ago, someone did chase a woman around here. It was done by the people of Hidden Dragon Cave and Reincarnation Valley. The witch didn't dare to say anything more, and said it quickly. I'm sorry. Yang Chen shook his head regretfully and said to the witch regretfully, you may have forgotten a fact. The blood phantom vine has taken root in your heart. No lie can deceive your own heart. You don't know anything at all. Die. After saying that, the demoness suddenly let out a miserable cry. She only screamed once before there was no more sound. Under the gaze of several other people, the beautiful body of the witch turned into a dry corpse of skin and bones in a moment, and there was no longer the beauty before. After killing 2 people and a zombie in quick succession, the rest of the guys no longer had the thought of lying to get away with it. They desperately tried to recall what had happened recently, trying to fight for a chance to live. Spare my life, we are all from Taoism, spare my life. The Taoism disciple who first started the fight, at this moment, could not see the arrogant appearance just now, and almost cried, I have only been here for less than half a month, I don't know anything at all. It's only been half a month and you've already learned how to rob houses. Not bad. Yang Chen just nodded faintly, and then smiled softly. That is, you are useless, die. Another blood-curdling scream. A dried corpse. The remaining Dao cultivator, devil cultivator, and beast cultivator began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing that Yang Chen was looking at him, the demonic cultivator who had his zombie destroyed screamed in horror. Looks like you haven't thought of anything that can save your life. Yang Chen shook his head regretfully, and the devil cultivator's terrifying screams came to an abrupt end. His body rapidly shrunk and curled up, and before long, he had joined the dried corpse on the ground. It was not that Yang Chen was bloodthirsty. In the 100,000 mountains, being soft-hearted was meaningless, and no one would appreciate it. Here, only the strong preyed on the weak and relied on the strong to bully the weak. If you let others go, others would think that you were easy to bully. Now the atmosphere in Yang Chen's heart was uneasy, and what he wanted to know most was who was chasing after his master. Of course, those people would not take the initiative to admit it. Yang Chen could only use this method to attract the guys who might know along the way and force them to die. Maybe he could get some information. Now in front of Yang Chen, there was only a Dao disciple and a beast cultivator left. Yang Chen looked over, and the Dao disciple's trembling lips trembled for a long time, but he could not say a word. Yang Chen sighed and turned his eyes to the beast cultivator. The monster cultivator, under the huge pressure of Yang Chen, seemed to suddenly collapse. He was about to shout, but suddenly he seemed to remember something. He forcibly suppressed the shout and hurriedly said in a loud voice, "I remember, a friend of mine told me that someone chased a woman last month, saying that he wanted to snatch the Red Sun Iron Soul from that woman, but later the woman escaped." As soon as he heard the Red Sun Iron Spirit, Yang Chen knew that his plan had worked. With a thought, the Dao disciple was directly sucked by the blood demon vine. Accompanied by the screams of the Dao disciple, Yang Chen, like a kind old man, walked to the opposite side of the beast cultivator with a smile on his face. The beast cultivator could already speak. It seemed that the beast cultivators in the 100,000 mountains still had some cultivation methods. "Does your friend know?" The blood demon vine directly raised the beast cultivator to the same height as Yang Chen. As if to confirm, Yang Chen asked again. "My friend knows, he told me this himself." The beast cultivator knew that his life was in sight and nodded hurriedly. "Where is your friend? Take me to him." As soon as Yang Chen spoke, there was no room for refusal. Yes. The beast cultivator nodded in a hurry, and then said carefully, "You see, it's not convenient for me to do this. Can you let go a little bit? Give me the soul." Yang Chen ordered without hesitation. He could let go, but Yang Chen must be in control of the other party's life and death. Otherwise, if he accidentally let him escape, Yang Chen did not want the clue that had just been in his hand to be broken again. The beast cultivator had no choice but to send the soul over. This was different from the kind of alliance between the two sides. It could be directly controlled by the other party to kill. Now that his life and death were in the hands of Yang Chen, the beast cultivator did not dare to play any tricks and obediently handed over the soul. Yang Chen took the beast cultivator's soul into his sea of consciousness. Only then did he know that this beast cultivator turned out to be a wolf. This wolf demon did not know what transformation secret art he had cultivated. He had turned into a strange appearance. Yang Chen did not find his original appearance at first. After getting the other party's soul, Yang Chen controlled the blood phantom vine and let go of the wolf demon. The soul was controlled by Yang Chen, and the wolf demon did not dare to have any rebellion. He just obediently followed Yang Chen's instructions and gathered the Chenkuan bags of the dead guys and handed them over to Yang Chen. After a simple search, there was nothing too precious on these guys. In addition to a few flying swords, Yang Chen did not ask for anything else. He directly gave several Chenkuan bags to the wolf demon. "Take me to find your friend, and these things are your reward." Not only did he not die, but he also got a windfall. The wolf demon's spirit was lifted, and he nodded hurriedly, and began to fly in a certain direction with Yang Chen. After flying for almost 3 days, the wolf demon's body slowly descended and pointed to the front. He said to Yang Chen with a slight worry, "My friend should be in the mountains ahead, but I have to spend some time to find him. It may take a day or two. Go and come back soon." Yang Chen nodded, then found a place to sit down and began to close his eyes. With the permission of Yang Chen, the wolf demon hurriedly left and went into the forest, disappearing in a moment. In Yang Chen's hand, the bottle cap of the medicine garden appeared again. He was still sitting there, but his mind was immersed in the dome hall. Chapter 295. In the hall, Wen Qian and her 6 apprentices were still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. In the hall with a strong spiritual power, although the 6 people had only cultivated for a short year, it seemed that they had made more progress than in the past hundreds of years. The 5 Jedan stage masters had been completely controlled by Yang Chen. Only Wen Qian, the Yuanying stage ancestor, still lost her active consciousness. After being simply hypnotized by Yang Chen, she only knew how to immerse herself in cultivation and didn't know anything else. There was such a Yuanying stage master around, but she could only practice, which was a great waste. Although Yang Chen couldn't make Wen Qian be like her disciple and let him command her, it was still possible to let her do some simple attacks. When he thought of the 5 directions mystic fairies formation besieging the enemy, suddenly a Yuanying stage master would jump out and attack, and it would also come and go without a trace. It was definitely an excellent master. Simple hypnosis, even if Wen Qian was already a Yuanying stage ancestor, but she had lost all active consciousness, it was still easy to complete. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't use his own spiritual awareness to indirectly control Wen Qian, but he could do a few commands to make Wen Qian do the corresponding actions. Simple commands, attack, escape, sneak attack, hide, practice, etc., were not too complicated. Even so, Yang Chen still spent more than a day to firmly send these things into the depths of Wen Qian's consciousness and familiarize her with them, making her think that Yang Chen was her master. After doing all this, Yang Chen seemed to have another layer of security. It was just that Wen Qian and her apprentices had not yet changed their faces and could not appear easily. In the short term, Yang Chen could only let the 6 women cover their faces first, but this was obviously not a long-term solution. In the future, he would have time to change the image of these women. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were like dragons returning to the sea and tigers released into the mountains. In such an environment as the 100,000 mountains, they seemed to have a feeling of enjoying themselves. Finally, they knew the importance, they just hid in this area and did not delay Yang Chen's important matters. The demon wolf did not let Yang Chen wait for a long time. One day later, the demon wolf appeared in front of Yang Chen with another demon beast. Without the shape-shifting art, the wolf demon was a very ferocious monster, and the other demon beast was a huge spider. My friend would often scatter its big net in the air and on the ground. It doesn't hurt people, but it does so to know what the cultivators who pass by are doing. The wolf demon explained on behalf of the spider spirit, which seemed to indirectly explain why the spider spirit would know the reason for being chased. Yang Chen accepted this reason, and he began to believe that the spider spirit really did know something. If he wanted information, Yang Chen was not stingy at all. He dug out a 1,000-year-old ginseng from the herb garden and held it in his hand. "Tell me everything you know. If it's true, I'll give this to you." The 1,000-year-old ginseng was a great temptation for the spider demon cultivator at the golden core stage. Even the wolf demon at the side wanted to drool. But he knew that Yang Chen would not give it to him. They wanted to besiege and kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not kill him, not to mention that he gave his companions the Chenkuan bag. This ginseng, he did not want to have extravagant hopes. The soul was in the hands of Yang Chen, and the wolf demon did not dare to play tricks at all. In the past 2 days, he almost begged the spider spirit to come out. The spider spirit did not want to deal with Yang Chen, especially after hearing that Yang Chen had killed several masters of the golden core stage who besieged him. But he could not resist the plea of the wolf demon, so he came out. But now seeing the 1,000-year-old ginseng that Yang Chen took out, the spider spirit had no worries and immediately told Yang Chen what happened at the time. That day, someone was indeed chasing a woman. The woman seemed to have been seriously injured, almost fleeing with her head covered, and there were more than a dozen masters of the golden core stage chasing her. It was only because of the speed that they did not catch up with the fleeing woman in front of them. After the woman escaped from the detection range of the spider spirit's big net, the spider spirit did not know what happened later. In which direction did they chase from? Yang Chen did not nag with the spider spirit and asked the question he was most interested in. From this side. The spider spirit had a good memory, and there was a torn cobweb that recorded the direction at the time, which was very accurate. From this direction, it should be the direction where Gao was hiding at the time. After Yang Chen asked about the dress of the woman who was chased at the time, he was finally sure that it was Gao. Who is chasing? Yang Chen forcibly suppressed his anger and asked about the identity of those who were chasing. I'm not very clear, but I have seen one of them. The spider spirit replied honestly, but his tone was slightly relaxed, as if he was waiting for Yang Chen's reaction, and his eyes swept over the 1,000-year-old ginseng in Yang Chen's hand from time to time. Yang Chen noticed the situation of the spider spirit and threw the ginseng over without thinking about it. As long as he could know who did it, not to mention a 1,000-year-old ginseng, Yang Chen was willing to take out all the ginseng in the medicine garden. Who is it? At the same time as he threw the ginseng, Yang Chen also asked a question. A guy who is often tyrannical in the 100,000 mountains, the peak of the Jedan stage, only one step away from the Yuanying stage. When the spider spirit got the ginseng, he was overjoyed and no longer kept people guessing. He said directly, I have seen him twice before, and he was doing this kind of killing and robbing. Who is he? Yang Chen was interested in the identity of that person, not his cultivation and what he did. It's a guard of a young master. The spider spirit thought for a while and said, I can't tell his name. There is a long scar on his face. It is said that it was deliberately left to look fierce. This guy's cultivation is very strong. When I was hiding, I saw him hit the woman who was being chased once. What young master? Yang Chen asked immediately. On the surface, he was calm, but in his heart, he had directly sentenced this scar-faced man to death. That young master is the son of the patriarch of the Hao Villa. He is very powerful. As long as he takes a fancy to something, he will rob it all. The spider spirit didn't know whether it was a bad memory or he really didn't have much contact with it. What he knew was not comprehensive, but those people are often active near the Magic Flame Valley. Half of the killing and robbing there is done by them. People who often hang out in the 100,000 mountains know to guard against those guys. Only newcomers who don't know will be schemed against. Isn't there a rule in the auction house that the identity of the buyer and seller must not be disclosed? How can it be known? Although the spider spirit's answer was not detailed, Yang Chen was already very satisfied. This clue was very useful and it was much more convenient to track down. Chapter 296. I don't know about the auction house, I have never been there. The spider said self-deprecatingly, I don't have anything worth auctioning. With this news, Yang Chen was already very satisfied. It was easier to know the name of Hao Hateful Villa. When he got there, he could find anyone to know. When Yang Chen caught the knife scar, he was not afraid that he would spit it out honestly. The spider got the 1,000-year-old ginseng and left happily. The wolf demon had to act as a guide for Yang Chen because he had chased Yang Chen, but Yang Chen also said very clearly that when he reached the Magic Flame Valley, he would let him go. Even if the wolf demon was reluctant, his soul was in the hands of Yang Chen, and he could control his life and death at any time, so he did not dare to say half a word. He obediently led Yang Chen straight to the Magic Flame Valley. In the following days, Yang Chen seemed to be a lot more low-key and no longer took the initiative to show off. But even so, his strength in the early stage of the foundation stage still made many people who saw him have the idea of taking advantage of him. However, the moment these fellows had such thoughts, their fates were already sealed. Along the way, Yang Chen did not even expose the existence of Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo. Relying on the blood demon vine alone, he had solved all the problems. The wolf demon was even more frightened along the way, especially when he saw many people with higher cultivation than him wanting to deal with Yang Chen. He was even more afraid. If something happened to Yang Chen, he would definitely die, and their lives were tied together. As a last resort, in the first few times, the wolf demon had to go out every time, persuading and even pleading, hoping that the other party would let them go. The more he behaved like this, the less the other party would put them in his eyes. But once he started, the wolf demon found that Yang Chen seemed to have the blood demon vine on him. He could summon the blood demon vine at any time and anywhere. It was a piece of cake to deal with 1 or 2 Jedan stage masters. Although the dried corpse left by the blood demon vine after sucking up all the flesh and blood was very horrifying, after seeing it a lot, the wolf demon seemed to be used to it. Moreover, he also found from the side that the young master he followed was simply a killer. As long as someone dared to have murderous intent towards him, the final outcome would be death. Especially after hearing Yang Chen's mantra of every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor, the wolf monster also understood one thing. When Yang Chen was about to kill someone, he would definitely repeat this sentence, as if it had become a habit. Even if he didn't have the time to say this before killing someone, Yang Chen would add a sentence after killing someone. He would never miss it. So far, the wolf demon still did not know Yang Chen's name, so in the wolf demon's heart, he directly gave Yang Chen a nickname. His nickname was Every Injustice Has Its Perpetrator, and Every Debt Has Its Debtor. It sounded a little long, but the wolf demon thought it was absolutely appropriate. A month later, Yang Chen finally arrived at Magic Flame Valley. He kept his promise and returned the demon wolf's soul to the demon wolf and let him go. Yang Chen entered the demon flame valley alone. Although it was a valley, it was more than 100 times larger than Cloudstop Valley. It was almost the largest marketplace in the innumerable huge mountains. Not to mention other things, there were tens of thousands of cultivators who often appeared here. There were all kinds of shops, and there was also the largest auction house. When killing those guys who had bad ideas on the way, Yang Chen had already understood some of the situation on the way. The people who attacked Gaou should be the people of Howie Villa. These people were notorious. Many people knew it, and no one hid it for them. However, how Gaou was targeted in the auction house was still not clear. But Yang Chen had begun to suspect that the auction house might be the culprit, but there was no evidence, so he could not be sure. Yang Chen did not just want to take revenge on Howie Villa. He also wanted to find out all the people who were related to Gaou's attack and make them pay the price. If they dared to touch Yang Chen's master, no one in the world could save their lives. After finding an inn to stay first, Yang Chen began to stay at home and wait for the next auction to start. His plan was very simple. If he took action at the auction, it might attract some people's attention. At that time, as long as someone came to find him, he could find out if there was a problem with the auction house. The scale of the Demon Flame Valley was large, and there were many cultivators coming and going. But what Yang Chen saw, most of them were in the Jedan stage. It seemed that the way people did things as they pleased in the innumerable huge mountains also helped the experts in the peak of the Jedan stage to form their nascent soul. Therefore, what Yang Chen saw was basically the experts in the peak of the Jedan stage. Occasionally, Yang Chen could see a few Yuanying stage experts, but they were all gone in a flash. There were not too many cultivators in the foundation establishment stage in the innumerable huge mountains, but some of the shop assistants in the marketplace were the younger generation of the foundation establishment stage. They must have been brought in by the backstage of these shops. After all, they welcomed and sent people here, so they could not mistreat the Jedan stage masters. The time that Yang Chen arrived was very coincidental. Just 10 days later, there would be a large-scale auction. This was also a custom in the innumerable huge mountains, where there was an auction every month. The innumerable huge mountains was a good place to break through to the nascent soul stage, but the spiritual power in the earth vein was not abundant. Most of the time, if cultivators wanted to cultivate, they had to rely on absorbing the spiritual power in the spirit stones. This also led to a huge demand for spirit stones here. But at the same time, the resources in the innumerable huge mountains were very rich, and the quality was very good. Usually, as long as they could find some rare things, cultivators would not hesitate to buy them with a large number of spirit stones. And the best way to maximize the benefits was through auctions. Ordinary things could be bought in the shops, but if they wanted to buy the real good things, they had to go to the auction. Everyone knew that the innumerable huge mountains was very dangerous, including the organizers of the auction house. Therefore, the auction only recognized spirit stones and not people, and all the people who entered the auction house would not meet each other. As for who won the item, no one would know. This was also an important principle to ensure that there was a continuous sale. But in the eyes of Yang Chen, it was obvious that someone in the auction house had broken the rules. Gao being chased was the most direct explanation. Yang Chen wanted to verify this himself. Finally, the day of the auction opened. Yang Chen put on a stealth cloak that he had bought in advance from the public hall of the auction house a few days ago, and followed most of the people who participated in the auction and came to the entrance of the auction house. The stealth cloak could hide all the spiritual awareness exploration, and it could make the participants look exactly the same. No one could tell who was who. The only thing that could prove the identity of the buyer was the number plate that was received at the entrance of the auction house before the start of each auction. 97 was the number on the number plate that Yang Chen received. Chapter 297. Although the invisible cloak could hide the image, it had a fatal shortcoming, that was, it could not be used. Once the cloak was used, it would break immediately, which was why those guys would reveal their true faces when they killed people and robbed their goods. The auction house was very big, but it couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Yang Chen knew that this was a space similar to a medicine garden. After at least 2 masters of the Dacheng stage sacrificial refining, it had the current scale. After everyone stepped into the auction house, they automatically entered the room corresponding to the number they got. There was only one exit, they could leave the auction house directly, and they could not contact other buyers who participated in the auction. Under such circumstances, if something was bought by someone and it was known by others, it would be really strange if the auction house had no relationship. Yang Chen carefully looked at everything in the room, but he never said a word. There was only one seat in the room, and it was estimated that the room was arranged according to the number of people on the number plate. Next to the seat was a table with snacks and tea on it. No one would take the initiative to touch these. Directly opposite the seat, there was a huge window, just to see the auction items and the host of the auction, and nothing else could be seen. In addition, on the handle of the seat, there was a gem-like bidding stone, which was introduced before. As long as you put your hand on it and launched your spiritual awareness, you could report your price to the host of the auction house. The people were still coming in one after another, but there were already a few small things being auctioned. Speaking of it, it was not a particularly precious thing, it was just used to warm up the scene in advance, and to make the buyers who came in first not so bored. Originally, Yang Chen would not care about these things, but unexpectedly, the first thing that was brought up made Yang Chen's eyes widen. This is a small item that has been unsold in the auction for 10 years in a row. No one knows what it is used for. With the words of the host, something immediately appeared in the place where the auction items were placed. That thing looked like a weapon with a grip, but it was not like a sword, it was not like a mace, it was more like a ruler, and there were thin scales on it. However, if it was a ruler, but the scales were abnormally uneven, it really made people unable to understand what it was. I can't tell what this thing is, and the materials used aren't very high grade. The auctioneer was obviously not very optimistic about this item. His interest waned, and his tone was very casual. It's just that the owner of this item has some relationship with the auction house, so it has been on display for 10 years. The starting price is 500 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone interested in this thing? Although he said that he was hosting the auction, it was more of a perfunctory act. Perhaps it was just as the organizers had thought. These things at the beginning were simply to warm up the atmosphere. In fact, they didn't even wait for everyone to come in. Clearly, they were insignificant. He did not know what it was used for. It could not even be called a magic weapon. Its materials were of a low grade, yet it still cost such a high price of 0.5 kilogram of high-grade spirit stones. If it weren't for the host saying that the owner of the auction item had a relationship with the auction house, perhaps it would have been thrown into some corner. It was very normal for an item to be left unsold for 10 years. However, Yang Chen did not even think about it. He directly placed his hand on the bidding stone and quoted the base price, 500 upper-level spirit stones. The only use of this thing is that when spiritual power is infused into it, it will change color. The auctioneer was about to continue introducing it, but suddenly heard someone bidding. After being stunned for a moment, he confirmed with some disbelief that someone had indeed bid. Then, he immediately shouted, 500 upper-level spirit stones. Someone bid 500 upper-level spirit stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? As soon as the auctioneer's words came out, almost all the people in the auction house were surprised. Every time it was used to warm up the atmosphere at the auction, it would never be sold. Someone actually bid 500 upper-level spirit stones to buy it. Everyone began to guess whether this thing was really a treasure. Otherwise, why would someone spend so much money to buy it? 500 upper-level spirit stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? The auctioneer had already asked for the second time. However, after asking, he continued to introduce the rubbish attributes of this thing. It seemed that he was somewhat suspicious of stalling for time. The buyers who came in one after another heard the auctioneer's words and looked at the auction item. As long as they had participated in the auction in recent years, they all had a stunned expression. Someone wanted this thing. Which idiot was it? The auctioneer's side also fell into hesitation. This thing was sent by an old monster. The old monster was greedy. As long as he sent something, no matter what it was, he would set the starting price very high. It was as if he was afraid that the auction house would lose out on him. However, the old monster was strong and ordinary people would not easily provoke him. If the starting price was high, at most it would not be sold, but it would not cause any loss to the auction house. However, the things sent by the old monster, except for a few fine items, most of them were of the type of things that looked good but were useless. So far, in fact, 9 out of 10 things used by the auction house to warm up the atmosphere were actually the old monster's rubbish. The reason why the auction house did this was to give face to the old monster. Anyway, it was not the auction house's fault that no one bought it. It could be considered as an explanation to the old monster. So that the old monster could not fall out with the auction house because the auction house did not organize an auction for him. But now, this thing that had never been used before was now really bought by someone with 500 upper-level spirit stones. How could people not pay attention to it? Who is the bidder? The manager of the auction house asked immediately. Immediately, someone sent over Yang Chen's information. The name was made up. 99 out of 100 people here used fake names. However, seeing that Yang Chen's cultivation was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, the auctioneer immediately felt relieved and quickly instructed, if no one else bids, let him buy it. Remember to keep an eye on him. After the auction is over, ask him what this thing is. The auctioneer's instructions were immediately conveyed. The auctioneer received the instructions in an instant and no longer delayed. Anyway, this thing had been hanging for so long that no one would bid. The auctioneer immediately began to ask the price for the third time, 500 upper-level spirit stones, going thrice. Although everyone was curious, no one wanted to take out 500 upper-level spirit stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 lower-level spirit stones, to compete with others for a piece of rubbish that they did not know what use it had. 500 upper-level spirit stones, sold. This time, the auctioneer did not wait any longer. After a while, he directly made the decision. Chapter 298. A catty of upper-grade spirit stones might seem like a lot to others, but for Yang Chen, it was just a drop in the bucket. What's more, with the thing in front of him, not to mention a catty of upper-grade spirit stones, Yang Chen would not hesitate to buy it. The thing looked inconspicuous and useless, but Yang Chen knew that it was something that would only appear in the spiritual realm. It was a very ordinary but extraordinary magic weapon, the sky-measuring ruler. The reason why it was ordinary was that the material used for the sky-measuring ruler was indeed very common in the spiritual realm, but it was not as rubbish as the host said. It was just that the surface of the sky-measuring ruler was covered with a layer of ordinary material in the spiritual realm, covering its original appearance. As for saying that it was extraordinary, it was because even in the spiritual world, not everyone had such a magic weapon. At least Yang Chen had heard of it, there were only a few, and they were all owned by the big sects. This thing was called the sky-measuring ruler, but it was not really used to measure the sky, but to measure the spiritual power cultivation of the cultivator. Different realms would show different colors, and the specific level of each realm could also be shown through the scale. Normally, this thing was not very useful, but Yang Chen knew that this was a very coveted treasure, especially for experts in the bottleneck period. If they had the sky measuring ruler, they could quickly reach the edge of a breakthrough, and then break through the bottleneck. The scale on the sky measuring ruler was not uniform, because the higher it was, the more detailed it needed to show the changes in the spiritual power cultivation. Perhaps many people thought that just showing the spiritual power cultivation did not have any substantial use. But Yang Chen was very clear that when the cultivation entered the bottleneck period, it was very enviable to have a treasure like the sky measuring ruler. It was called the bottleneck period because for a long time, the cultivator could not perceive the progress of their cultivation, and needed to use various methods to comprehend and break through. It was called the bottleneck period, but in fact, it was not completely stuck in a certain realm, but only subtle changes that the cultivator could not perceive. As long as one worked hard, there would still be some growth. With the heaven measuring ruler, he could see the changes in his spiritual power cultivation at any time. Even if the change in spiritual power cultivation was very subtle, it could still be clearly displayed on the heaven measuring ruler. Cultivators who had never entered a bottleneck would never be able to imagine that when they were stuck in a bottleneck and couldn't break through, a magic treasure suddenly showed that their spirit force cultivation was still growing. This situation was a huge boost to the cultivator's confidence. Confidence was the most important factor for a cultivator to overcome their inner demons. This could be seen from Grandmaster Wang Yong. Before the heaven seizing pill, Grandmaster Wang Yong was at a bottleneck and was unable to break through. But since he had the heaven seizing pill, his Grandmaster's cultivation had changed almost every day. Now he had vaguely become the first among the elders of Chunyang Palace. The power of confidence was evident. With the heaven measuring ruler on him, he could sense the growth of his cultivation every day. For cultivators, this was equivalent to having no bottlenecks. At most, it could only be regarded as a slow growth of a certain stage. This huge gap in confidence and attitude was something that those who had not tasted the benefits of the heaven measuring ruler would never understand. Yang Chen never expected that there would be such a heaven-defying magic treasure like the heaven measuring ruler in the mortal world. What was even more unexpected was that he only spent 1 jin of upper-grade spirit stones to get the heaven measuring ruler. The auction required the delivery on the spot. In the Shiwen Mountains, no one had such a good reputation to be able to buy on credit. When the host dropped the hammer, it also meant that Yang Chen would immediately hand over 1 jin of upper-grade spirit stones. In less than half an incense's time, the heaven measuring ruler had been sent to Yang Chen's room and appeared on the table next to Yang Chen. However, the heaven measuring ruler was covered by a layer of light film and could not be touched. On the other side of the table, a tray appeared. It was obvious that Yang Chen had to put the spirit stones on the tray. No matter how doubtful Yang Chen was, there was one thing that the auction house seemed to do very well, and that was to hand over the money and the goods at the same time. Yang Chen put enough spirit stones on the tray and soon, the layer of light film on the heaven measuring ruler disappeared without a trace. Almost at the speed of robbing, Yang Chen grabbed the heaven measuring ruler. Without thinking about it, he first stuffed the heaven measuring ruler into the merit ring to ensure that no one could take the heaven measuring ruler from his hands. After doing all this, Yang Chen took a deep breath and began to pay attention to the auction itself. At this time, it was still the warm-up stage, but the following things were almost all real rubbish, and they were all rubbish with ridiculous prices and no function. The warm-up stage lasted for a full 2 incenses time, and then it began to get down to business. However, it was obvious that the heaven measuring ruler being sold at a high price during the warm-up stage was the biggest news in this auction. It was unknown how many people were inquiring about the news of the buyer and what the heaven measuring ruler was. Yang Chen could fully expect such a situation, but this was exactly the effect he wanted. The heaven measuring ruler was an unexpected surprise. If it wasn't for the appearance of the heaven measuring ruler, Yang Chen would also buy a few good things at the auction. It would attract people's attention and show that he was rich and had a low cultivation base. If someone really came to find trouble, it would be related to the auction. Middle-grade flying sword rainbow glow sword. The starting price is 50 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones. 40 pounds of black iron essence. The starting price is 80 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones. Jedan middle stage monster core. The starting price is 50 pounds of middle-grade spirit stones. Killing demon killing secret book. The starting price is £60 of middle-grade spirit stones. One by one, the auction items began to be displayed and then auctioned off one by one. However, Yang Chen did not put these things in his eyes, but Yang Chen still sold each one and raised the price. It fully showed the image of a rich man. Of course, except for the people of the auction house, no one knew that the guy who disrupted the auction was Yang Chen. Time passed quickly. After 2 hours, all the early auction items had been sold, and all of them were sold at a price twice higher than the starting price. The prosperity of the auction house was also evident. But the more it was like this, the more the fire in Yang Chen's heart was burning. If Yang Chen could prove that the auction house might be related to the attack on his master, Yang Chen would never mind washing the entire auction house with blood. Compared with his master, not to mention an auction house in the 10,000 mountains, even if it made Yang Chen offend everyone in the world, Yang Chen would not hesitate.